this thing lit. Wow, this one is much harder than usual to light. Welcome guys, come on in, we're just getting started. Hello, hello, hi guys. Hi Luzmila, Cactus Blossom, welcome back. So glad to see you. Jonathan, Queen Sim, welcome. Come on in, we're just getting started. Trying to light this new sage and it is taking a minute. Doesn't want to light. Queen Sim, is it just a general question or is it a reading question? Because I would love to answer it. It just depends on what type of question it is as to when I'm able to answer it. A romance question. Okay. Is it like regarding a reading? Finally. This one was really hard to light. Okay. Cleanse my energy. Whew. General question. Then please, yes, ask away. The only reason I ask, and I don't mean to ask a million questions back, is because as far as readings go, I'm definitely going to do some, but I have a list. So I don't want to say yes, get started doing something that requires a reading, and put you accidentally in front of people that are waiting. So what's your question, hon? How can I help you? If it requires a reading, I'll let you know, but you can go ahead and ask, please. You guys welcome, come on in if you're just joining. I'm just getting started, so please come on in. Queen Sim has a question to ask, and I'm just cleansing my energy while we get started, so come on in. Oh my gosh, that smells so good. Okay. Don't ask me any question about why it takes so long and is so hard to light some sage. I can't answer that one for you, so. Welcome, guys. Come on in. Welcome. Good Sunday evening to you if it's Sunday evening in your area. If not, just happy evening. Hello, welcome. Renee Little, welcome. Come on in. Catherine Nestpeat, welcome. Norma, welcome. Come on in, guys. We're just getting started. We are going to talk about all things spiritual tonight, but I had a big channeling today, a big one. In fact, it's kind of had me off all day long, regarding the President Trump shooting, what it means spiritually, what it means for us. Can you trust him? What's his part in this crazy movie that's going on? Excuse me, hydrate before we get going. Lavenus, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Queen Sim, what is your question, hun? I will address it if I can. And Lavenus, if it's a general question about things, please feel free to ask. If it is regarding a reading, I will be doing some readings here shortly after I share what I channeled today about the President Trump shooting. But I do have a list of people from last night that are waiting for a reading. If they come back tonight, they get first. But if not, then anybody that signs up tonight will be go right behind them or in their place if nobody shows up. So if you have a general question, let me know. If you'd like a reading, please let me know, but do know that I already have a running list. So I hope, Queen, I hope I didn't miss your comment, or looks like my comments are going a little slow today. General short question, then please fire away. Go right ahead. I'll answer a couple questions before I get started. So I'll wait for that. Okay, let's see. Lavenus, my half-sibling, has dark energy, like demonic. Ooh, that's dark, yeah. Can't explain it, but I recently asked her not to come to my funeral after a falling out. Am I wrong? You know what? There's no right or wrong there, hun. It's totally, first of all, it's your prerogative. Even if somebody doesn't give you a reason, you may be thought to be unkind or a jerk, but in this situation, no, it's not wrong. If you feel that that person is not in alignment with your energy, if that person makes you uncomfortable, if it makes you uncomfortable in life, and when you cross over, I don't necessarily think that you would care one way or the other at that point who's at your funeral in the sense of their energy. But for the sake of those around you that love you, your loved ones that are coming to pay their respects, then yeah, absolutely. That's just out of concern for everyone else. I honestly would recommend that you pray for this individual. Ask God to help them, guide them to know how to remove that dark energy from them. Evidently something they did, some kind of a choice they made, accepted and invited that energy in, whether they realized it or not. But even if they didn't mean to, even if they are a good person at heart and they have this attachment, you really don't know what's going to happen if that energy is around you. It's kind of inviting it to be around you. And you have to protect your energy, hun. You got to protect yours and the energy of those that you care about. So I don't think that's wrong at all. I really don't. Welcome, everybody. Hi, Artemis. Okay, so you guys, Artemis is my moderator. Please say hello to her. Welcome her in. Welcome, everybody. Lindsay, G-Snap, 3 Awake. Welcome. Thank you for being here, and you are welcome. You're welcome for that. I hope that you find some resolution with this person and that they can come back into your life, but until you feel better about it, definitely protect your energy. You don't want to accidentally invite that energy into you either. You are in charge of your energy. Don't get me wrong. You have dominion over your energy. You get the choice what you accept and what you do not. But sometimes we unknowingly accept that and allow it to attach to us. And so make sure you're setting those healthy boundaries. That I encourage everybody to set those healthy boundaries. So come on in, guys. Welcome. My name is Galliana Angel. Thank you for stopping by to check out our room and to decide if you want to spend your Sunday evening here. We have at least a few hours of some really amazing information that I want to share with you. So please get comfortable if you are interested in this info, and it's about President Trump's shooting. It's what Spirit has told me. I channeled for like an hour nonstop this morning. More stuff has been coming throughout the day. It's stuff that let's just say this particular event started a huge avalanche of the awakening. It's a trigger, including the pun, meant to be a trigger for the awakening. This event is supposed to propel the disclosure of everything dark. So there's so much involved in this that it's going to take me a while to go through it. So if this is something you're interested in, please get comfortable, join us, and plan on staying for a while. Save this if you can, or share it out so that you can find me when you come back. Make sure if you need to step out for a minute that you have followed me so that you can find me when you come back. Thank you for the follow, Levinus. Please forgive me if it's Levinus, Levinus. I apologize. I'm not sure. You're welcome to tell me if you're able to type that out properly for enunciation with a long E or long I or whichever you prefer. Don Long, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. I got so much incredible information to share with you. Levinus. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. So I know I never want to mispronounce somebody's name. It's their attachment to their identity. It's how we identify each other. It's very important. It's powerful energy. So I just want to say I'm glad you guys are here. Hi, Stephanie. Welcome back, my queen. And hey, queen, come inside me. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here. Let's offer up all that positive energy to come in here because we really want to address some heavy things tonight. Heavy things that are weighing on a lot of people today, but I want to be the one to lift you up and encourage you. I want to be the one to tell you what Spirit shared with me, and if we can get to it, I'll do some readings. if you were here last night, the night before last, during last live, and I put you on the list for a reading, you are still in line for that reading. If you are not here, I will be moving down the list and on to anyone that's here tonight. My readings are free at the moment as I build this community. I am new here on TikTok. I haven't even been going live for a week yet. So I'm trying to build the following, build the community so we can grow something really special here. And as I'm doing that, all of my services are free. Now, I taught for quite a few years on Facebook and YouTube. I did charge for my readings. I charged for an hour reading anywhere from $100 to $200 depending on the type of reading. I won't be charging that much here on TikTok. There will be an extreme discount. But as the community grows and builds, I will start charging for readings, to do full readings, to do longer readings. But I will still do some every night on here for free as my way of giving back to you guys for taking the time to invest your energy in being here and being willing to learn the incredible information that Spirit is sharing through me. Excuse me here, I'm going to fix my lighting. It went out. I didn't even realize it went out. So Stephanie, your views are going up. This is awesome. Yes, Stephanie, it is, and it's Sunday night. We did, last Sunday was my first major live. Well, I take it back, my second major live. I didn't go every night this week. And Sunday by far was the most. At one point we had almost a couple hundred people in here. So I think tonight we might be able to get up there. If you guys share this out, I have no doubt we can do it. If everybody that's in here right now shares it out and everybody that comes in shares it out, we can get those views up. We can also get those likes up. And the reason it's important to get those likes up and out there, guys, is because it will move the algorithm to recognize this community as being something people are interested in. If you're liking it, it's telling the algorithm, I want more of this. I want this kind of content. And it doesn't even have to be me, but it will find other content creators similar to me and push them out on your For You page, and you will get more options of this kind of content. So it will also help build an amazing community of light souls here. And my goal is to help as many people as possible by building a beautiful community of love and light where we all feel safe, comfortable, free of judgment. Now, I am very cautious on when I talk about tolerance, because we should not tolerate everything. In community nowadays, we've been taught, society has taught us we need to be tolerant of everything. But that's evil trying to trick us into tolerating everything that's not good for us. And that's not what's for our highest good. That's not what Creator wants us to do. But we do want to be tolerant of one another, right? We do want to love one another, accept one another, not be judgmental. God only knows I have things I don't want people judging of me. So I'm going to be the last to judge, okay? And in here, this is a safe space. We do not judge one another. We lift each other up. We share whatever we need to share, and we support each other. We motivate each other, encourage each other, and most importantly, we love one another. Faith, hope, and love. I love the name. You belong here, my friend. Thank you for the follow. Frank Sagittarius, welcome. Glad you're here. Good to meet you. And Marcia Braswell, thank you for the follow. I'm glad you're here. Bobby, my friend. Long time no see. Welcome. Good to see you. I'm so glad you're here. All right, let's see. So with all that said, I am on here today to share with you what Spirit brought through to me early this morning. Spirit really likes to channel right as I'm waking up, because I'm literally coming out of sleep state, right? So my vibration is high. Sometimes I'm still kind of in a meditated state. And tons of stuff started coming through. And all I asked was, what's the deal with this President Trump shooting? Really? Seriously? Doesn't sit right with me. I had no idea the can that I was opening when this started flowing out. You guys, if you don't mind hitting those likes to get that algorithm out there, share and follow, please. I would really appreciate it. And Dawn, my AG, also known as Artemis, has it pinned right there, how you can get a reading. Same thing with you, Mayetta Fowler. Welcome, both of you. Dawn Long, welcome. I'm so glad you're here. please follow AG's comment and ask her any questions, and she'll pick you up and put you on the list, okay? Dakota, welcome. You're new to tarot reading. You have a deck, but you don't know what you're doing. You know what, honey? Neither did I. I had no idea. I had no idea. And you know what? Tarot as a whole, the typical tarot is still not my thing. I like oracle cards. I feel, just for me personally, tarot is a little restricting, but that's just my opinion. But I highly recommend getting a book on it, looking up YouTube videos on it. Udemy, Udemy. If you look that up, they have very inexpensive courses, and there are some wonderful courses on there. Wonderful, wonderful courses that are not expensive. I mean, I'm talking $10 to $20 max. And you get to keep the course forever, and you get the notes, and sometimes you can download a notebook and everything. So if I were you, that's what I would do, and have faith in yourself, have trust, because once you start doing a couple, if you call in your spirit guides to help you and do what you're told, but make sure you set the intentions to protect your energy and always only let in things from God, you will be blown away by the synchronicities, meaning the magic that starts to happen and how spot on your readings are. And you won't even realize that you have this gift until you do a couple of readings, and then you're like, wait a minute, there's something happening here. If you ask, Spirit will help you, and before you know it, you'll be a pro at it. So I'm glad you mentioned that, and I really want to encourage you to go with it. Okay, thank you for the share, Stephanie. Thank you for the encouragement. Thank you, Frank. I appreciate that. I love you guys so much, and I'm building a community quickly in a very short amount of time, but we want to make it as large as we can and still be comfortable. I don't need to be a super content creator. I don't have to have hundreds of thousands of followers. I don't even have to have in the double-digit thousands. But I do want to reach as many people as needed, and as many people will benefit from this information, and where we can really still grow. And as long as we're growing and loving one another and everybody's enjoying it, then I want to keep growing. So please help us do that. If you can, tap that screen. Tap, 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 tap. There will be a little gauge that pops up over my name, a little heart and a gauge. And as you continue to tap, that gauge will move further and further out until finally it pops and confetti goes and it drops down. That means you probably contributed over 100 likes just with that tapping. And that is the kind of thing that will get us out there and move us faster. And guess what? I even get told by TikTok afterwards that that my live went popular and that it's going to move up on the algorithm. So if you guys can do that, I'd appreciate it. I also have some subscriptions. I have a goal of 5 subscriptions. I'm hoping this being a Sunday night that as people tune in, we can meet that goal, because I have some phenomenal stuff that I'm going to be sharing. Oh my gosh. I have 2 subscribers out of 5. I need to hit that 5 tonight, because the faster I can hit that, the faster I can start with some incredible classes I'm going to be offering these people, where I go deep diving into teaching you how to do these things. If you want to learn tarot, I'll teach you how to do tarot and angel cards. If you want to learn pendulums, I'll teach you how to use the pendulum. I will teach you how to clear your energy. I will teach you whatever it is you want to be taught, and I will do it for just the price of your subscription instead of a $300 or $400 course that a lot of teachers charge. So if you're interested, please check out my subscriptions. I got 3 tiers that are affordable for most people. So if you're able to help us meet that goal tonight, I would appreciate it. If you're not interested or able to do that, but you know somebody that would, and you just know, oh my gosh, my sister or my brother would be really into this, please share. Please share this out so that they can find us, because we have a couple success stories just from the few lives that we've done so far that are phenomenal, where we've really helped some people. And I am just really feeling like the more we do this, the more people we're going to help. And I mean actual bona fide help, where people are moving on with their lives, people are feeling better about themselves, their vibrations are up, they're not as depressed as they were. such a blessing, and I'm so grateful to know that we had that kind of an impact on somebody. And I want those people to stay our family in here. And so if you guys, join with the subscriptions or just join the community, you got the little community gift thing that's like 1 coin that you can join the community with that, and you get the little community hat or heart. All of those things help, and I put all that money right back into here. And it also helps motivate my moderators. I have right now 3 amazing, beautiful moderator souls that are dedicating their time and energy to be here to support you guys. And they're doing it for free. And they need to see that this is helping and going somewhere to encourage them to want to keep doing this so that they keep getting back something out of it. So I'm glad you're here. Thank you for the likes and the shares. And what did I miss before I start this channeling here? Thank you for the follow, Rain. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here. I look forward to you being here in the future as well. Thank you for the follow, Dakota. Okay, yes. Okay, Dawn. I'm sure Artemis is going to get you. AG is Artemis. She's our moderator that's on at the moment. So thank you for the share, Dakota. Tiffany, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay, thank you, Artemis. I see you got her. Okay, let's go. Yep, 2 subscribers. We just need 3 more for our goal tonight. Just making sure I'm caught up here. Okay, I think I am. Okay, so if you're just joining, we are about to start with this channeling. Now, I'll tell you what happened, okay? So last night, when I sit down to go to bed, I had a long day. I just quickly got on my phone. I hadn't been on my phone all evening. I just quickly got on my phone. Thank you for the likes. Thank you, guys. I went and I saw 5 shots fired. Trump shot. And I'm like, oh, hell, here we go. Because I've been predicting for several years now that something like this was going to happen. I already know he's had assassination attempts on his life in the past, right? And I really had a strong feeling that at some point he is going to be shot. And I felt like he was going to survive it, but I didn't know to what extent he was going to be shot. So, when I saw this, I got chills because I was like, I know something is happening and I feel like this is something big. So I went to sleep, not really taking the time to look into it anymore. And when I woke up this morning, I'm half asleep, and immediately I started feeling like I needed to channel something. And I just thought, what is it about Trump? Because that I need to know more about. What's the deal with that? Because just a little bit, so I hopped on Facebook for a minute just to see what people were saying, then on TikTok, and I noticed a lot of inconsistencies in what was being said between the media, between the things social media were saying, the pictures, the videos, things just didn't add up. Dakota, okay, you're talking to Artemis. I'll catch that a little bit later then. Joy, thank you for the follow, hon. I'm really glad you're here. Welcome. So, you guys share this out, please, because as I get into this info, we're going to want as many people on here to get this info as possible. This is info straight from Spirit, telling us who Trump is as a player in all of this. Thank you for the follow. Victoria Sangri, thank you. Welcome. Please share this out. We're going to talk about who Trump really is in the big picture, how biblical it is, what the Bible says and has to do with it, and so much more. It's going to answer some of your questions, and it's going to prompt more questions, and hopefully we can come up with those answers together. But I know a lot of people want to hear this info. Now, I want to preface this before I start telling you everything Spirit had to say. I want to tell you that we actually... Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Are you good now, Artemis? I just saw your comment. Yes, Artemis, good suggestion. Ask Archangel Michael to help her cut the cords to lift that vibration up, free her from that negative energy. Good. Okay. So when I need to give a little preface here for TikTok, okay? First of all, disclaimer, for TikTok and social media, this is for entertainment purposes only. I promise this is for entertainment purposes only. And this is only my opinion, not the opinion of TikTok, okay? Y'all clear on that? We need to make sure that's clear. But this is my personal opinion, and I will say this is my personal belief. Now, everything I'm about to tell you, I believe wholeheartedly because I know that my intuition and my channeling has never failed me and has always proven correct in the past. Okay? Everything channeling has predicted has turned out to be right. Because of that, I believe it. I choose to believe it, and it's my choice to believe it, which means it is your choice whether to believe it or not as well. Take what resonates, absorb it, use it for your benefit. I truly always recommend you meditate or pray about it. Let it sit, let it simmer, put it on the burner for a little bit, come back to it later if you have to. But please don't criticize, judge. If it's not for you, okay. That's okay. Bless you, and just let it go and move on. If anything that I'm saying doesn't resonate, you can keep scrolling or stick around because something may. It just might not be that particular thing. And let me also say, sometimes we're just not ready. We're not at a certain level of our spiritual ascension yet to receive certain information. So some things are going to go over your head because you're not at that point yet. It doesn't mean you're not spiritually advanced. It just means you're not ready to learn that particular lesson yet. Some situations are going to seem way too obvious for you. You already knew this stuff a long time ago. None of this is new to you. And that's because you're spiritually advanced beyond this. And that's okay too. And I just thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here and listening. But I remember when I first started my spiritual journey, I tuned into certain teachers, and some of the stuff they said, I was just like, are they speaking a foreign language? Because I've never heard anything stated that way before, and that sounds ridiculous to me. Absolutely ridiculous. But I stuck around. Sharon Acosta, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad you're here. Sonia Martin, welcome. Thank you for the follow. All of you guys, welcome. I'm so glad that you're here. So please know that sometimes when you find a new teacher, some of that stuff will go right over your head. Some will be too easy for you. But there's always usually going to be something, if you have the right teacher, that comes through that you can take and apply to your life. And honestly, I now go back to the teachers that I thought were crazy, and I listen to them now, and it totally makes sense because I'm so much more learned now. I have so much more spiritual wisdom and knowledge. My vibration is higher, and we're more in alignment energetically now. So now the stuff they're saying makes perfect sense to me, and it resonates. And now I know she was right all along, or he was right all along. I just wasn't at the place to learn that yet. So that's what I recommend for you. If you take this information in and it's not for you right now, it may be in the future. And ask yourself that. Do you think it's something that I'll be ready for in the future? And you know what? I go back to some teachers now, and they're like, stuff is way too easy. They're still teaching stuff that now I've learned 100 times over, and I'm done with, and I'm bored with, and I move on. And that's okay. No one teacher, no one class is supposed to be yours for the rest of your life. You are literally supposed to keep moving on, and we're supposed to allow new people to come into our life that will allow us to teach us more and will benefit from, just like relationships. Not all relationships are meant to be lifelong. They come in, they teach you something, you benefit from it, and when it's done, it's over, you move on, and somebody else moves in and takes their place. It's all energy, and it's fluid. It keeps moving and changing. Dakota asks if oracle cards are better for spiritual than tarot. Not necessarily. It's to each their own. Tarot cards are a set of cards that have the same, no matter who makes the cards, no matter who manufactures them or does the messages or excuse me, if it has a booklet, whoever writes the booklet, whoever does the imagery, whoever creates them goes by the same type archetypes. So you have avatars, so to speak, characters on each card that represent something. And they have a major arcana and a minor arcana of these archetypes and meanings. And if you want to learn tarot, it's wonderful. It's a wonderful tool, but you have to learn what each one means and apply it to all sets of tarot cards. All of the tarot cards have a similar avatar, and they both have the minor and the major arcana, which you'll learn. But the imagery may change because they may have a different artist that does the cards, and the booklet may have some different suggestions, but for the most part, it's the same set of reasons and things, messages. So each card could apply several different messages that you'll learn, and then when that card comes up, you kind of feel into the person you're reading and decide which message of those several that card's known for fits this person's question they're asking or their energy and what's happening with them. Now, so they kind of stay the same. While the pictures and some things can change, for the most part, the tarot is based on the same thing with every deck. With oracle cards, or also known as angel cards, they are completely different and made up completely by the author. So when somebody decides to make a set of oracle cards, they sit down and they create their characters or archetypes, their avatars. They create the backgrounds, and then they create their own messages. It can sometimes be a channeled message. If they're a channel, they'll sit down and channel a message for that card intuitively, and then they'll write it in a book. Or it may just be they may be a psychiatrist or a life coach, and they come up with incredible advice, and they write it in the book and apply it to that card. Then when the reader comes along and opens the cards, for example, so I got a deck of cards here. I have all these cards, and these are oracle cards, so there could be 200 of these. With tarot, you're going to have the same set number in every deck. With oracle cards, you can have as many or as few as you want. There could just be 30 in the deck, but it could be 100. And they write the messages for each card in the book. What happens is, when you go as a reader to do the reading for somebody, you have a way of setting up the cards for yourself. You kind of program them, and any tarot class or book will explain that to you. How you kind of set intention for your cards to become your own and to work with your spirit guides. Then when your sitter, the person you're reading for, sits down and touches or chooses that card, Spirit guides them to which message in that book applies to them. So one of those messages somewhere in that book, there's probably enough messages there that at least one of those messages can apply to their situation or life. And their spirit guides or yours will guide that person to touch that card if you tell them to pull a card. Or if you assign it, if you're shuffling them, Spirit can have them jump out of the deck, or everybody does it a little different. You may just sense that this is the card for them because telepathically you're receiving that message from Spirit. The point is, it doesn't matter who wrote the message. Spirit will make sure that your sitter gets the message they're meant to have by either guiding you or them to choosing the right card. Then you read the message out of the book, or that's for Oracle, or in the case of Tarot, you will have learned what each card means. You'll have memorized it, and you'll just know, wait a minute, she told me she's doing this and going through this right now. That makes perfect sense for this card because this card means this. And then you explain that to the person and say, well, this card means this, and it sounds to me like it applies directly to what you're going through. And you just take the message of the tarot card that you know the meaning of, that they drew, and you apply it to what they're going through. If you are really good with intuition and gifted, which we all are, it's just a matter of how much you're tuned into it, Spirit will also give you things to add that will help with that reading. Does that make sense, Dakota? Okay. Yes, definitely give it a try. It's actually really fun, and the more you do, the better you get at it. Next thing you know, you're just doing amazing. Okay, you guys, let's get to this, okay? If you just joined us, we are about to learn what Spirit says about the Trump shooting. I'm so sorry. You lost your that happens so frequently. It's very common. And yes, if you choose to tap into it again, you will be able to. Excuse me. Mar, you have to heal though, okay? You've blocked energy there in its place. From low vibrational energy from that trauma is blocking you, and you need to be able to heal that trauma through whatever method, energy healing, psychological, healing, counseling, whatever it is you feel guided and in your intuition tells you to do. You still are in tune with it enough that you should feel guided to, that's not right for me, or that is. Or just going inward and doing the work yourself, sitting in meditation and asking how to let that trauma go, letting it come to the surface and release it, feeling into those feelings. As you peel back the layers of that trauma and release it and let those energies go, you'll become unblocked. I guarantee you, if you set your heart to it and you set the intention that you want to unblock it, you will. You just have to listen for your kind of gut feeling as to which ways to go about that. But it all starts with healing that trauma, especially since you're wise enough to recognize that it was the trauma that made it happen. That tells me right there you'll have the ability to clear it. Because a lot of people don't even recognize what happened. They just know it's gone. So, thank you for asking. Okay, you guys ready for this? Is anybody really excited to hear this? Now, this is how it's going to work. I have to read it off of my tablet, so bear with me as I read. But what happens is when this stuff starts channeling, Dr. Alexandra, Procto, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad you're here. When I start channeling, the info comes in so quickly. My vibration goes so high that I almost start to feel high. Like I literally start feeling lightheaded and overwhelmed. If I don't write it down, and I can't write fast enough, and my handwriting is horrible, so I voice to text into my phone, and as usual with voice to text, there's all kinds of typos and everything else, and I don't have time to sit and proofread. It just flows out, and I have to keep going with it. And what happens is I get it all down on my recording, and then I have to read it back to you. So I'm going to read from it. But also what happens is once I'm done and my energy comes back down and that high leaves, I forget a lot of it. I remember the overall gist of it. It's kind of like same time if you were to get high off of a substance, like high from things that I can't say for TikTok's sake. You tend to forget what happened while you were under the influence of things, right? This is a natural, very healthy, good for you kind of, and it is very good for you, but it makes you have some spots here and there that you don't remember afterwards. So I have to read it, and if I do that a little slowly, it's because I'm fixing typos in my head and kind of re-putting it together. And I've been so busy since then trying to get things ready for tonight that I didn't get to proofread completely. But it is all right here, and I also they will step in while I'm reading it and add more. So if you hear me stop or see me stop for a second and I'm just kind of dazed for a moment, it's because something else is coming through or they're telling me to change something. Making sure I'm not missing anything. Everything seems to be coming my way. I have wanted it. Amen for that. I have a family that loves and cares about me. Oh, Dakota. Fantastic, girl. That's fabulous. I'm happy for you. Seriously happy for you. Which is something we all should be, because unfortunately, if you're like me, you've experienced how when you finally get happy and you stop complaining about things, a lot of people lose interest. You know, the saying misery loves company, unfortunately, is true. And unfortunately, a lot of times when you are this happy, things are going good. Oh, I'm sorry, Dakota. I didn't know if you were male or female, but thank you for telling me that. A lot of times you don't get the support you need. I remember when I was going through my divorce years ago, everybody at work was so supportive and wanted to hear how I was doing and was happy for me, they claimed, whenever little good things happened. But as soon as I found happiness and remarried, they all acted like they were happy, but I kind of lost their ear. They kind of lost interest, but they continued to want to complain to me about everything and whine. So hopefully you continue to get good support around that, and people are happy for you, because I can assure you people here are. So Virgo, Artemis will answer that question for you and how to find out. So let's get into this. Okay, if you're just joining, please keep those, while I'm reading this, I'm not going to be able to stop a lot. I might miss a message, a comment. I'll try and go back to get them. But if you guys, while you're listening, please keep tapping. We need to surpass 40,000 likes tonight, because we hit 40,000 the other night in the middle of the week. I know we can do better than that on a Sunday night. And I know more people are going to come in here in the meantime. But if you guys can be tapping, like and follow and share this out, I would greatly appreciate it, because we're going to get into some really good information here. You guys ready? Everybody ready? Come on, I need to hear it. We need to get the vibe up and tell Spirit we want this stuff. This is like big news about, well, for most of us, it's big news. I knew some of this already, but I still learned some incredible stuff that I didn't know. Okay, there we go. Thank you guys. CP, last flight out. Welcome back. I'm happy you're here. Let's go. I wish I were traveling. Welcome back. Virgo girl, welcome. So glad you guys are here. See, I wouldn't even know you guys were in the room, because it didn't even show me you guys entered. I'm sorry, or I missed it. Thank you for the likes. So I really appreciate you speaking up. Here we go. Let's get into it, okay? All right. First thing I heard when I asked what was going on with the whole Trump thing, which, by the way, I want you to know, I don't like to get into politics on here because it's low vibrational. I don't like to get into politics because it's too confrontational. It's a very sensitive topic. But for this sake of this, just so you know where I stand, because I also want to be transparent, I don't push any politics one way or the other. I have no agenda. I don't care who you vote for. I don't care what your beliefs are. I respect them. I personally consider myself an independent. I am both conservative and liberal about different things. Okay? I personally tend to be more conservative just because I want to save my country and keep our freedoms intact, because I believe in the foundation that this country was created on, and I love and appreciate this country. Thank you for the 10,000. We hit 10,000. Keep it going, guys. I want to stay a free patriot. And I know that my freedom didn't come for free. I know that people died for me to be free, and for my children and my grandchildren to be free. I respect that. So because of that, I want to protect that. So in many ways, I'm very conservative. But in many ways, I know a lot needs to change in this country, and a lot is broken. And I want to fix that. For that, I'm very liberal. And I'm also very loving and accepting of people. I don't agree with everything everybody does. I don't have to love your lifestyle, but I love you for who you are. Okay? And I don't choose to judge you. And we don't have a problem whatever you choose to do, as long as you don't have a problem with other people and force your beliefs on other people. That's how I feel. That's what I believe. Okay, so with that said, I have attended a Trump rally before. I took a friend with me to the Trump rally. I was curious. I'd never been to a political rally before. I wanted to know what it was like. I wanted to see what the vibe was like. I wanted to feel the energy and give the man a chance to say what he needed to say. And I can tell you right now, at the rally that I was at, Secret Service was everywhere. Caitlin, welcome. Glad you're here. Virgo girl, thank you for the follow. I can tell you at that rally, we had extreme security everywhere. There, the first thing I noticed was the metal detectors. There was Secret Service, there was military, there was police, there was military of several different branches. There were guns everywhere, but they were in the hands of security, right? We had a full, extensive pat down, and every bag was thoroughly checked. And on every building around, there were sharpshooters, snipers, everywhere. You could see them visibly no matter at what level you were sitting in the stands or on the ground. It would have been extremely hard because they had sharpshooters on every surface above ground for as far as you could see, which means as far as you could shoot, at least. And there's no way, as if everybody's doing their job, that anybody could get a gun past security or get near close enough to take a shot. Sorry guys, my music went off and I gotta go back to set it back on. Okay, so in my opinion, right as soon as I heard about the shooting, I was like, wait a minute, how'd this guy get past security? How did it happen? And then when I found out it was a sniper on the roof nearby, I thought, okay, well, that's more plausible than somebody in the audience, but it still doesn't fit right with me. Okay? So then I start seeing pictures and hearing about how Secret Service sharpshooter didn't shoot till the sniper shot, and how people in the audience saw the shooter before security did, which I find hard to believe because there's even if you have somebody that's sleeping on the job, there's so many Secret Service and military around that I can't imagine how they weren't going to notice it before somebody in the crowd. It was just too much. So all I'm going to say about this is immediately, not even for those reasons, but for all other reasons that were coming through to me, things just didn't feel right. And I just needed to learn more. So, Mindy, it didn't feel right for you either? Making sure I didn't miss anything else. Virgo girl, sounds like Artemis has you. Thank you. Okay. So, I went to sleep this morning, or last night, woke up, and this is what came through. Knowing that things already seemed off. The first word I heard was ambulance. And I'm like, ambulance, what the heck does that mean? I know of words that are similar, but ambulance? Yeah, didn't seem right. Okay, so I look it up, and nowhere can I find it on the internet except for Reddit. It actually popped up on Reddit, but it didn't pop up in dictionaries, which is okay, it doesn't have to. Spirit still has a message about it. For some reason, I was meant to hear it. So I looked to see what Reddit says the word ambulance means. It's not opulence, it's not ambiance, it's obulence. I mean, I knew it was very specific. And it says obulence, of or pertaining to intense depth, the feeling of crushing depth and solitude. And immediately I felt this is what Trump feels and deals with every day. And it was double meaning. Hi, Quiet Storm. Welcome back. I'm glad you're here. And I felt that that's exactly what kind of a reading was about to come through. A crushing depth and solitude type reading where it is very... I'm trying to fix my light here. It's not so bright. But it's not like that. Come on. Sorry, guys. It keeps malfunctioning. I have a new one ordered. It's supposed to be here tomorrow. So that's what I got right off the bat, and that's what told me right from the beginning this was going to be a incredible channeling. And then I hear, now you guys bear with me. If you hear something that you don't like or doesn't sit right, hear me through to the end. Because it doesn't mean I'm bashing anybody or anything. It means that there's more to the story. So please just hear this out. Because some of you may absolutely abhor Trump. Some of you may love him. Some of you may could not care less. And you're all right because it's what it means to you. So I'm not here to judge that. But right away I heard, and some of you may think this and already know this, but I heard Trump is literally an actor. Many of us know and realize this is a movie that we're watching, but Trump is literally an actor. And a lot of us know he is a reality TV star, but we think of him as like a regular businessman that was just being followed and documented by this documentary team, and he led the TV show that he was on, but which was somewhat scripted, but we didn't necessarily think of him as a full-blown actor. Okay, but I'm being told no, Trump is literally an actor in this game, in this movie. He's receiving a salary for acting. And the man that died, come on. Yeah, Gina, Florida Girl 63, yes. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. He's being paid to be an actor. He does have enough money of his own. He did refuse to be paid by our government to save our government money and to be able to contribute. And I am getting that he is contributing that to charity. He really is. But he's being paid to be this actor. But he's not a politician by nature. But he's being paid to be. He's being paid to be a leader. And so I asked, okay, tell me more. And immediately I hear, why is he pushing the vaccines? Because a lot of his followers love him, but they don't understand why he pushed the vaccines since the beginning. And then I hear, why does he say the people are good that his followers don't like? Like, I've been hearing and know personally from some of the people I listen to and follow that, supposedly he and Oprah don't get along anymore, and, Oprah isn't as good of a woman as we thought, and she's bad, and she does all these bad things. But, Mayetta, I will get to that. I can't tell you specifically, no, I cannot, but I will get to who overall is paying him. But, like, why does he say on the Dr. Phil interview, okay, Oprah's a good woman, give her my regards? Or why did he say the Queen was such a great woman when she died, and he offered his, condolences, when we think that he was supposed to not like her if he's really the good guy that he claims, because she's committed sins against humanity, supposedly. And so all these questions were going in my head, popping up for them to answer, and they were all connected. And Spirit said, because he's literally, in some instances, so confused, just like we are, that he has teams around him that are giving him conflicting information all the time. He's being pulled in different directions. He can't even stand in his own personal beliefs, as strong as he is. And as much as it seems like he stands in his beliefs, he is swayed not to and being paid not to. So to answer your question, Mayetta, it's in general a group of people that are not looking out for this country or the world and its highest good. So when I speak of they, because a lot of people, readers, say they, conspiracy theorists say they, and if you ask if I'm a conspiracy theorist, I will say, depends on what your definition is of that, because do I think for myself? Am I a critical thinker? Do I do my own research? And do I believe some things really happen and are real that others believe are conspiracy theories? Yes. Then yes, I am a conspiracy theorist. But do I fall for every conspiracy theory? Do I think everybody that makes the peace sign is part of the Illuminati? Do I think, all of them are true? No, I'm absolutely not. I use discernment. I use prayer. I use research. So with that, where I'm going with this is when I refer to they, I am talking about there is a group of people behind the scenes in politics that are paying people in politics to do their bidding, to be actors. These are people, in my opinion, that are being persuaded by evil for selfish reasons. They're doing things for selfish greed. They're doing it for money. They're doing it for power. And it's a small group of people, but they're very powerful. And conspiracy theorists and others may call them the cabal. They may call them a shadow government. There's lots of names for they. But what I'm talking about and what I'm referring to is evil in general, and the group of people that are influencing our government behind the scenes, and the politicians are just their puppets. And in my opinion, because I am a spiritual teacher, it is of evil and it's of Satan. And these are only men, but they are men that are being influenced by evil. And if you follow the Bible or other ancient religious texts, then you know that there is an evil energy, a source of evil out there, whether you call it Satan, the devil, or just evil, or put it into a more detailed context. Unfortunately, it's running the world, and even the Bible says that Satan is in control of the world, but God can step in and take it back at any moment. So that goes into a lot more detail, but that is basically who I'm talking about when I say they, and it's going to be explained a little more here. I just wanted to touch on it before I went any further. So with that, he's being pulled all different directions and told different things, but he's being forced to push the things that we all were being forced to take, whether we wanted to or not. We were being pressured, okay? He's being told that he needs to and he has to support that and put that out there, even if he doesn't like it. He's also being told that he has to support others that are in this little club of theirs, and the people that he says nice things about when we think they're not necessarily good people, he knows and thinks they're not great people either, is what Spirit's telling me. He knows that they're up to bad things or have committed crimes, but he's being told, watch your image, because you tweet things too much, you speak your mind too much, everybody gets offended, you got to be careful not to offend anybody. So that's his way of saying it with a smirk, of saying, she's good, or she was a good woman, God bless her, to keep the peace, but it's kind of a backwards jab. He knows and they know that he doesn't like them. So take that as you will, but that's what was coming across. Ingie, welcome and thank you for the follow. We're talking about, if you're just joining, we are talking about what Spirit has told me today about the Trump shooting and all things connected. We're up to 16K. Thank you guys. Keep those likes coming. I really appreciate it. We want to get this out to as many people as possible. Please like, follow, check out my subscriptions, and make sure your notifications are on, because we have some really great things lined up for the future lives. I can't do enough in one live to get all my content out that I'm excited to share with you guys. Okay, so he's surrounded by both good and bad. In his team around him at all times, there are good guys and bad guys, and they're both pushing agendas, okay? But they're all, I hate to tell you this, if you don't already know this, Songstress Thespian, welcome. Thank you for the follow. If you don't already know this, guys, the two-party system is broken, and it's not what we've been told. The two-party system, they're all one system, with the illusion of making it look like it's two different sides. Basically, that group of they that I told you about is running both, which is why you get no new change or big difference when you keep putting in a different politician and they make all these promises, but then they don't follow through on them. Now, I know that for some of you, Trump was different and he got some things accomplished, but the reason he couldn't get everything accomplished that he wanted to was because the bad guys that are involved in this system, that are behind the scenes, wouldn't let him do everything he needed to do. And they'd only let him do so much as they could for him to get people on board and to trust him, or at least choose to vote for him, and then they won't let him go any further. I am getting that he genuinely does want to do different and do better for this country. He does genuinely want to help. Like him or hate him, Trump as a person, what Spirit is telling me is that he genuinely does want to make a better difference for this country. He does love this country. But he's being as fooled as we are. He's being lied to every day from every direction around him. He's getting the truth from here and lies from here, and then they confuse him. They are playing this really wise game, wise as far as sneaky and cunning, to trick him into things, because Satan's the great deceiver. He knows how to lie. He knows how to build you up, make you think you're doing the right thing, and still lead you down the wrong path. That's what's happening with Trump. They're pushing bad because he's listening to him, so they continue, but he's confused because he genuinely, at heart, has he got faults? Absolutely. Has he made mistakes? Absolutely. But genuinely at heart, he's a good guy, meaning he's on the good side. He's on the right team. You can't say that about a lot of the other politicians. So, but that's why he sounds wishy-washy sometimes. While he says one thing and does another, or seems like he goes back on things. So it's because as soon as he tries to make a difference and do the right thing, these powers that be come down on him and make him reel it back in. But overall, Trump is not bad. He's technically at heart an independent as well. But he knows he can't win on the independent ticket. Okay? He knows that the Republican parties and the Democratic Party are too powerful. They have too much money and energy behind them that he would never win. So he sticks with the Republican Party, knowing that it's broken. He knows. He's seen the rhinos. He's seen the backstabbers and the people jumping ship when things get uncomfortable. But he knows that he can't do what he's able to do, even though he's limited. He knows that he cannot do what he needs to do if he changes parties. So he feels like where he's at, he's going to get the most out of his abilities by going with the Republican ticket. But he also, like a lot of people asked, and Spirit told me to bring up, what about his promise with Hillary Clinton? Okay. Sorry. A lot of people ask, well, why didn't he follow through with his promise to imprison Hillary? Well, same thing, same reason. I was told he really did want to. He really does want to imprison her, but he's being told that it wouldn't look good if you imprison the wife of a former president, if you imprison this former Secretary of State. Well, of course, her supporters that are in his team are going to try and persuade him not to, and ultimately they're pulling the purse strings, so he feels like he can't do anything different. He's also being implored to look compassionate. He's being implored to look like he takes the high road and be more empathetic, because he's not really known for that, right? So that is why I'm getting that he has not done that, or he would have by now. So just checking, hearing something is coming through. He's basically being told to always speak highly of people, because when he starts to go off on people or speak his mind, he gets a lot of negative feedback, even within his own team. But he's cunning, and he knows how to say things sometimes, so he will still say things mockingly. But this is not what the apostles in the Bible predicted years ago was going to happen, but the Bible does predict a lot of what is happening now and is going to happen in the future. But I want to tell you, unfortunately, the Bible has been hijacked by the dark. And when Yeah, okay. Basically, they're saying, unfortunately, the dark is mocking Christians and mocking God and mocking the Bible, so they've chosen to use that as their script for this movie. Literally, what is playing out in front of us right now and has been for the last 4, 6, 8 years is all part of this script that they're using, that Dark is using to play out their plan. And they chose to use the Bible and the way it's laid out to try and get Christians on board and believing that this is biblical to get support, but instead, in turn, they're actually mocking the Bible. They're mocking Christians. But they are literally, this movie, they're trying to put Trump in the savior position, in the Jesus, the Christ avatar position. And if you look at ancient texts of all religious types, whether it be the Quran, the lots of different ancient texts, and I apologize, I am not an expert on any of them. You basically will see that there are a lot of similarities between the Bible and those other ancient texts. There's good, there's bad, and there is usually a prophet or some type of a savior figure. And the reason for that is because all of those texts have been influenced, somehow inspired by creator source, God, and God energy. However, they were inspired and written at different times in different places in history. So they all are changed and adapted to that particular culture and what's going on in that history. Welcome, Florida Fairy Godmother. Thank you for the follow. But they all have very similar storylines. And what is happening right now is Satan, dark, evil, whatever you want to call it, is using that storyline that they know is followed by generations of people and cultures around the world to play out their plan. And they're putting Trump in the Christ position of the Savior, even though we all know he is not Jesus. We all know that he's not the Savior. He's just a man. But they're trying to make it look like that in the sense of playing that role as an archetype. And in doing so, they are trying to play out where Trump will fall. He's being crucified. He's been crucified ever since he announced he was going to run for president, right? The second that he did, he began being torn apart more than any other president in history. So they crucify him in all kinds of ways, symbolically and physically. And how many times have they tried to, they're still trying to put him in jail, and how many different cases? I literally have lost count. But anyway, so they are literally crucifying him. And then Spirit said, in one way or another, and this is why I heard this several years ago, he's going to be either assassinated or attempted to be assassinated publicly. I knew of other assassination attempts that were not public, but this one obviously was. And they're saying because he needed to be shot or attempted to be assassinated so that he could be taken down, so that he can rise again, gaining more people's trust and faith. The same way Jesus does, because now he'll be glorified even more as the Savior, and more people are going to get behind him because of this. Now, I'm not saying all of this is going to happen, that you're going to do this or follow this, but I'm just saying this is what their plan is, and unfortunately, in a lot of ways, it is happening. No, actually, I don't hear conservative spirits, because the spirits aren't supporting Trump, which I'm getting to here. They're supporting everybody. But no, they're not conservative. They're completely neutral when it comes to that. But there is a plan where God can use him for the better. And what Spirit is sharing with us here is that he is not the issue in the sense of, well, I guess it is. What I'm trying to say is basically they are going to use what Dark is trying to do, because Dark is using Biden and all the other politicians too. I'm just addressing Trump because of what happened. No, it's okay, Levinas. It's okay. I totally understand why you're asking, and that's why I wanted to make it known that while I went to a Trump rally, it doesn't mean that I necessarily like the guy or support him. I am basically sharing with you what Spirit is saying is how Trump is being used in this plan, how dark is using him, and how light can use him for the better. Now, if something had happened with Biden and I was addressing Biden, Spirit would be straightforward about what's going on with him as well, and some of it would be in his favor and make him look good, and some of it wouldn't. And when I go in a little bit further, I was going to explain how, yes, Trump is definitely not, he's not clean of everything. I'm trying to be respectful of those that support him and don't, okay? No. And I address that here in just a bit. And like I said, this was long, so I'm trying to get through it by still making the points. So, but thank you for addressing that, asking, because I want that to be known. No, my spirits are not conservative spirits nor liberal. They're neither. They're completely neutral, but they want you to know what the dark plan is and what's happening to this country. And if we aren't aware of it, then we cannot protect ourselves from it. So what happened with the Bible was they actually, hi Ite, welcome, thank you for the follow. Back in the Old Testament, when the Old Testament was written, the man did not have a moral compass to go by besides the light in their hearts, right, and the God within them, but they weren't aware of that back then. So unfortunately, as the Bible states, they started sinning a lot and doing a lot of selfish things. So God inspired man to write the Bible to set the example and give a moral compass, a gauge of what to go by, what we should be doing, what we shouldn't be doing. But we still didn't have a living example, right? We just had a book written by a man or many men that God inspired to write it. But the message was still so powerful, even though we didn't have a living example. And even though there was a lot left out of the Bible that could have been included in there, that was later included in the New Testament. Hi, Ite, thank you for saying hello. It was still such a powerful message, and it was still backed by God and Creator Source Energy, that knowledge and energy got picked up and carried from generation to generation, and actually carried across continents, across the world. And that message continued to spread. Now, there are a lot of amazing religions out there. And I'm not here to say any one religion is right or wrong, because only you can decide if it's right or wrong for you. But what I'm saying in this context is, it's one of the religions that has sustained the test of time and spread across the world because of the power in the word and what it holds. So, but at the time, sorry, something's coming through. Yeah, they're saying it doesn't matter if you're Christian or not. The things that were in the Bible were just good sense for anybody to learn by. But unfortunately, they had to put a lot of things in there that were applying to the things that were going on back in that day that we not necessarily can relate to, or some of it is actually symbolic or metaphoric now for us today. Such as the stories of Sodom and Gomorrah and Babylon and different things that were happening back then. So yeah, they're just saying it doesn't matter what religion you are. We all need a set of guidance and moral compass to go by, and that's what it was intended to be. There were things in it that God said, but what happened after that was Satan said, wait a minute, this is getting a little too powerful. This is going a little too far. People were actually listening, and they decided they needed to do something about that. especially when we got the printing press and it started being printed and regenerated and spread more and more around the world, right? So unfortunately, dark hijacked it. And I don't know, and I am not a biblical scholar. I only know what I learned in Sunday school growing up and going to church. I don't actively go to a physical church anymore. I do online services, and it's a spiritual church. I do consider myself Christian, but I'm open to hearing anything spiritual. But I choose by choice not to be in a denomination anymore, because I personally felt and learned that denominations were more dividing than unifying. And that's what Spirit told me about the Bible, is over time, as it got hijacked, dark decided to remove important parts of the Bible that we need to know today. Important knowledge of spirituality, important knowledge about our connection to God and to Christ. They removed it, and they replaced it with their own books of the Bible and their own parts that they added in that would give us just enough truth to get us to follow it, to hook us, but then guide us the wrong way. Case in point, Spirit is telling me, and don't shoot the messenger, I'm just telling you what Spirit tells me. While God can be an angry God, God can get upset and hurt by things. God does not want us to fear him. Him, he, she, all irrelevant in the sense of its creator source energy. That is unconditional love energy that loves us beyond anything we are capable of understanding. God does not want us to fear him. Does he want us to live a good life? Does he want us to obey his commandments because that's a way to be a good person and to live a good life? Absolutely. But he does not want us to be afraid of him. No father wants their child to be afraid of them if they're a good father and they love their child unconditionally. I am being told by Spirit that the fire and brimstone in the Bible where we are threatened if we don't obey God is not part of the original Bible. That was added to keep us in a fear space, to make us distant from God out of fear, and to make us think that we were separate from God when we've never been separate from God. We've always been part of him and of him. Yeah, Levinas. Do you agree with that or disagree? And I'm open to interpretation and opinions of it. Like I said, I'm sharing what they told me. They basically said that the interpretations of men have tainted the Bible and changed it so many times in the actual writing of it, as well as the teachings ever since, causing people to become more and more separated from God, separating them from Jesus, and therein separating them from each other, because then denominations start teaching these different interpretations, and then you start arguing and fighting over it. And then we're not unified in Jesus's church or any church. You agree? You don't think God wants us to fear them? Yes. Respect and adhere is more like it. Yes, absolutely. Which we should. It's God. As we should respect and adhere to anyone that loves us and has our highest good in mind. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. I really appreciate that. So yes, we are basically being taught from a book that has been changed, altered, and reinterpreted so many times that, just like my video where I talked about don't believe me because I might be full of, that's on my profile, and I told you to use discernment and do your own critical thinking and research. Basically, I said in that video, that everything we've learned from generations and generations back is basically all the result of one big game of telephone, right? And a lot get lost along the way. Sometimes we lost the truth. Unfortunately, in churches, and please don't get me wrong, I think there are some amazing churches out there. There are some amazing synagogues, temples, wonderful people meaning well and wanting to do the right thing. But when our text that is supposed to be our manual is broken and it's been taken from, and some of the best parts have been thrown away, and some of the worst parts have been added by man, there's a problem. How are we to know what is what? And no wonder people are so lost and confused and turning their backs on the church when this is what we have to deal with every day. And then, that's not even talking about the body of the church and how some people aren't walking the walk, right? And there's some hypocrisy and things that scare people and hurt them and make them turn from God ultimately because of what man has done in the very church. So basically they're saying this has been hijacked. That's even just talking about the Old Testament. But the low vibrational parts of the Old Testament that represent God and us in that sense of trying to fear us, to force us into control, is not of the original Bible and the original inspiration that God gave to have written in the Bible. And if you don't believe that and you want proof, look for the hypocrisy. Now, if this is all completely the original, and that, don't get me wrong, I believe the Bible is the inspired word of God. But if it's the original words of God, all of it, then why are there contradictions in there? Why does it tell you on one hand, God's love is unconditional and he gives you free will and he lets you do what you choose to do? Of course, he advises you not to sin, and he wants you to not sin because he loves you, and he knows sin is not good for you or those around you. He doesn't want you to get hurt, the same way a parent does for their child. It tells us that we have that freedom to make those choices and that he will love us. It tells us not to continue to sin just because we know that we can. But then it tells us if we do and we don't do these things, we go to hell. So what Spirit is saying is those contradictions are where you can find the truth of that it's been altered, tampered with. Cactus, you agree. Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing your opinion on that. I know this is sensitive material, guys, and I apologize in advance if it steps on anybody's toes or beliefs. Like I said, don't shoot the messenger. This is just what Spirit shared with me, and sometimes I have to adjust my beliefs or think it through and decide, is this sit with me, or resonate? But I'll tell you what, everything that's come through from this team has always proven to be true. There are things that happened that they told me 2016, 2018, 2020 was going to happen, and I didn't believe it. I thought I didn't want to believe it. I was afraid to tell anybody. I was afraid to speak their truth. And guess what? It came back to bite me. I could have told everybody I knew that, but I was afraid to speak it because I didn't think it was real, and it turned out to be true. So with that said, I'm sharing it with you because they deserve to be heard. They're channeling it through me so that I can share it with you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit that invite. I was just trying to scroll my screen, so I apologize for that if you received an invite. So the New Testament, jumping to the New Testament. Basically, there's things there that I don't even want to share on here. I can't. Truth that a lot of people are not ready to hear, that the New Testament and the way the New Testament was changed. In fact, I need to really think about it and decide if I'm going to share some of it publicly, and if so, how. If I should share it through subscriptions or private messages or what. But I need to think on that, and I'll let you know. But I'm still going to share with you the rest of the message. But I'm just saying, there's parts of this that are so different than what we've been taught. And I know it's not demonic. It's not something dark telling me the wrong thing. But it's things that we were never taught. And it's actually for good. The things that we weren't taught are kind of deep and dark, but would have been much bigger lessons and much more powerful and have much more impact on us if we knew the truth. My vibes are speaking to your soul right now. I wanted to disagree and push back. You are Ganium. You call yourself that. Thank you, Levinus. I really appreciate that. Hey, Stephanie, did I accidentally invite you on here? Sorry, sweetie. I didn't mean to do that. My screen is super sensitive. All I'm trying to do is scroll. But yes, I am neutral and try to always stay neutral, even if my ego tries to go different, Levinas, because I need to see things from every angle. I can only help people if I can see everybody's side to things. And no, do I agree with everybody? No, of course not. I'm still human, but thank you for telling me that. I appreciate that. Sorry, Stephanie. Yeah, all I'm trying to do is swipe up, and I barely bump the side or the corner where it says to invite somebody as a guest, and it pops up on me. So thank you for the likes, you guys. Thank you for the follows. Keep those tapping. We're almost to 20,000, and I really appreciate you. And I know this is some hard stuff to get through, and I am going to get to some free readings, so stay with me if you'd like to do some readings. But I just got to get this stuff out because they're saying somebody out there really needs to hear this. Okay, so keeping in mind that I'm leaving out a little bit that's so hard to kind of wrap your mind around that I need to figure out how to share this. I know somebody needs it, otherwise I wouldn't have been told to share it, but I wasn't told to share it on here during this live. So once I figure out how I'm going to do that, I'll let you know. But the stuff I'm allowed to share moves on to... and that stuff is regarding Jesus himself and Mother Mary and some other things. I just have to figure out where to skip ahead to. Okay. So because of who Jesus is and what we learn in the New Testament and some things that I learned that I'm not necessarily sharing here, Jesus is obviously the light. Jesus is so bright and God's true son, God's one true son. Perfection in a human body born from difficult circumstances, but born brightly enough to overcome all dark circumstances with his birth, his upbringing, and everything that he went through. But Jesus' light shines so brightly, so powerfully, that it's spread across the world and still remains being admired and followed thousands of years later. This story is so powerful, but dark changed Jesus' story to have less of an impact on us. And so that they could change it to fit their agenda and program people with it through their denominations. Their religions, unfortunately, became just that, religions, not Jesus' teaching, not Jesus' church. Thank you, Julia. That's very sweet of you. You know what? I'm going to write down your name so that I can remember to follow. You know, if you follow me, actually, Julia, if you follow me, I will follow you back and we can connect, okay? Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. Okay, so their religions have done more harm to God's church, and by church we mean his family, than almost anything else in history, right? Jesus wasn't meant to be a religion. He was meant to be a leader, an example for us. A guide to the light, a guide to heaven, spiritual ascension, and Christ consciousness. And this is where it starts getting lighter, guys. So thank you for bearing with me. Those of you that are still here, you got us to 20,000. Keep it going. I know we can more than double that in the next couple of hours. Thank you. Keep liking and following. Thank you for Karen for the follow. I really appreciate it. So here's where it starts getting lighter, okay? So we got through the dark stuff, and it comes back around to pull Trump back in, okay, to wrap that whole portion up. But we had to go to the Bible so that you can understand the bigger picture here. A martyr, yes. He was a martyr, absolutely. And he deserved to be because of all he gave up and sacrificed for us. He was meant to be the example of spiritual ascension and Christ consciousness. Jesus was the physical representation of Christ consciousness energy and all knowledge. When he was conceived, God breathed literal consciousness energy into him. And Jesus chose to live it out in real life. God channeled nonstop knowledge to Jesus 24/7, consciousness into him, and he knew and felt it from God. He knew he was connected to God. He knew he was part of him, right? And he was the ultimate original yogi, but better. Okay? I mean, he knew everything because all he had to do was ask his Father and it was given to him, right? He chose to follow and live by his consciousness, using it to set the best example for human life and ascension. Jesus' life is a guide to ascension. If you're not sure what ascension means, all you have to do is look at his life. He went from living as a child, a young boy, as a human young child, and he grew into a young man and he knew he was receiving this information from God all the time, and he chose to give up a typical human life of having a family and staying put to travel all over where his feet could take him to make a difference and teach others what God was sending through him. Using this knowledge, he used the consciousness to teach others, and most importantly, to serve others, to die unto himself, and ultimately shine his bright light into the world, remaining high vibration so the human collective would be positively affected by his actions. Jesus chose to dedicate his whole life to showing us how to use consciousness to grow, to serve others, to die unto ourselves, to die unto our ego, and put the human collective first, like he did. The acts of baptism and the act of his physical death were the lesson of dying to ourselves. Learning to quiet that ego, push that away, learn how to control it, and choose to put others first. Now, don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't take care of yourself. That doesn't mean that there aren't times that you need to put yourself first. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't have personal boundaries. In fact, it's just the opposite. Jesus took care of himself. He made sure that he was okay so that others could be okay. But he had a different purpose, and he knew his power he had in God, and God could heal him at any time. We're only human. We don't realize the strength that we have of God inside of us. Without tapping into that knowledge and that healing, we can and will break. We do have limits. So we have to set boundaries to protect ourselves, because guess what? You have to put the oxygen mask on yourself first so that you will survive to be able to help everybody else, right? Jesus isn't saying don't take care of yourself, but he's saying when you have the choice, you should always choose to serve and take care of others. Put the human collective before yourself. If it comes down to you or the collective, be willing to do as I had to do. Die unto myself. Thank you, Levinus. I appreciate that. So if we all do this, there's nothing to fear. We don't have to worry about, well, if I take care of everybody else, I'm going to get walked all over. Well, yeah, if we're all walking all over each other, but if we're all doing what Jesus did, then we all put each other first. It's just like a marriage or a partnership. You can obey one another. You can adhere to one another's goals and respect and put yours aside if you're in alignment, because you know the other person, your partner, is looking out for you and doing the same. Then there is no hierarchy. You're not being a servant to him or her and have to worry about them harming you. You're both putting each other first, which means you're always looking out for each other. That's what a partnership should be. That's what the human collective should be. That's the example Jesus set for us. And so many there have been other wonderful teachers out there. So I don't want to discount other religions that have amazing teachers. Jesus just happens to be mine, and that's all I can speak from because I'm not knowledgeable about the others. So I want to be completely transparent about that. But this is why Jesus's life and message was so powerful, because no other known man has ever done this before. It was so powerful that the rest of the world believed and spread the good word. Notice how close the word, this was just my thought. You ever notice how close good and God are? There's just one more O, and I like to think of that as a hug. God wrapping us that good around us. So, if we are all called to be like Jesus, I'm sorry, I got moved up. My tablet moved when I moved it, and the screen moved. Okay, so yeah, even then, back then, when Jesus was doing all this, despite all the good he was doing, there were still non-believers, right? There were still people that crucified him. There were still people that didn't believe in the fact that he was the Son of God or even believe what he taught. See, there's still non-believers today. But God knows that, and God still loves them. They're still his children. Right or wrong, it's not for us to decide. That's between them and God. But Spirit wanted to point out that just like today, just like back then, today there are still non-believers. But God is enacting our free will by not forcing us to believe in him or Jesus, which is why Spirit wants us to ask and question some of the things that we read in the modern text of the Bible or certain versions of the Bible that contradict that and make it sound like you turn your back on me, I'm turning my back on you. You're cut off forever, right? No, these things are what has been added by the dark over the years, and it's really sad to see. But Jesus was the example for all humans. God said so, which means Jesus was the example of how we all have consciousness within us. If he was the example, and we're all supposed to live like Jesus, that means we all have consciousness in us. We all have God in us. We all are connected to God and can communicate with God. We can hear him and receive his messages if we're open to it. Jesus said he was the great I am. And if we are all called to be like him, then we all are the great I am and have the great I am within us. We are all connected to his word streaming to us every day, but is it streaming through us? It's streaming to us. We know that consciously now. If you didn't before, hopefully you know now. But is it streaming through us, or is it blocked? Or are we allowing it to be blocked? Because most of us are blocking it without even knowing it. Which is why I'm so glad you asked that question earlier about, can I reopen my intuition if it's been blocked due to trauma? Because yes, you can, because it was meant to be open. We just have to learn how to do that, how to heal it and remove what's blocking it, right? And in future videos and classes, especially if you subscribe to my community, I will be offering chances to learn how to do that, to learn how to reopen your intuition, how to tune into it, how to heal the things that are blocking it. But first you have to identify it. So we identify what's blocking it and learn how to remove it. Once you remove it, it starts flowing freely through you. So this is also the same as what the disciples tried to write out with all humanity. They tried to tell us that we were all part of God, but that a lot of that was removed. The only problem is that the very little truth that still remains to this day in the Bible, because it's been so mutilated on purpose, is what's left. A lot of it is just a good story, and it's hard to understand and hard to apply to our life. Levinas has to go. Okay, that's all right. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. It was wonderful meeting you. Just make sure you follow and have those notifications turned on, because we're going to have some really great things, and I want you to be able to witness the readings, okay, which we're getting to here very soon. Have a great evening. Okay, you guys, if you're just joining us, we're finishing up a message that I channeled about what is happening with Trump. Right now I'm in the middle of it, and we're going to wrap back around to President Trump and why he was shot. But basically, we're talking about the Bible and how it's been hijacked by the dark to use against us instead of for us, and to help disconnect us from God instead of connecting us to God the way that the Bible was intended to. And so we're talking about Jesus and how he was the example that we all have Christ consciousness running through us. Well, at the time, it would have just been consciousness, but because Christ came and became the perfect example, we began calling it Christ consciousness. So let's talk about the Trinity real quick and how that applies to this. Because Jesus explained, he didn't call it the Trinity per se. He talked about this in a different kind of way. And then the way the Bible still to this day explains it makes it really hard for people to understand. In fact, so hard that some people think it's a church created thing. But the Trinity is God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit from the way it's taught. Trinity being God first, Jesus is his Son, and then the Holy Spirit. Jesus is the Son, the example, the gift, the ultimate sacrifice and servitude from a loving God to his people, and a guide for his people, right? But most important, the Christ consciousness knowledge for all of us. Jesus came to bring us the knowledge of Christ consciousness. Jesus came to tell us that we were connected to God and that we had him with us and within us. So that was the gift. And then he died for us to show us that God loved us so much that he forgave us for anything that we did, pretty much. And that because of that, we have Christ consciousness available to us. The Holy Spirit is the conscious streaming via form of spirit. The Holy Spirit is the method to get the information into our human minds and hearts. The method by which to get Christ consciousness to us and in us, to be understood by the human mind. Dark stole this knowledge from us by hijacking the writing of the disciples and removing this part of it and the explanation, so that it made it very confusing and hard for us a hard concept to understand. They took the most important info and leaving the nice story, but it's so different and never done now, so that it's, this was the part where I just read it and it screws it up on me. They also added in tainted propaganda to scare us and keep us controlled. Combined with removing the knowledge that God is in us and talking to us, this did the most damage of all. It made us feel separate from God instead of us knowing that, like the Trinity, we are three things in one. We are part of God, we are one, we are together with God. And he's not something separate, another entity far away from us. Spirit is telling me that this was actually explained in the Bible, that Jesus actually explained it to the people when he was here, that we have God within us, that we have a conscious stream of knowledge coming from God to us. But this was removed from the Bible. Because of this, we are all connected energetically and spiritually as a human collective part of God. We're all light souls and God is light, so we are an individual soul part of God. So the same way your child is a part of you in a separate form, we are a part of God in a separate form. So they've mocked God, they kept us from him, they've made us turn our backs to a certain degree on him, making us feel like he turned his back on us. And we've now closed off to being able to hear everything that he's told us. Spirit also says that they've worked for many, many decades, thousands of years basically, and by they I mean Satan, to poison us against God. And one of the ways they've done that is by poisoning our pineal gland, blocking our third eye, so that the Holy Spirit cannot, in that stream of consciousness, cannot enter us. Whether it comes through the crown chakra or enters through the third eye, it's basically being processed and turned into information you can comprehend with your human mind. And for years now, they've been poisoning us with fluoride which calcifies your third eye and your pineal gland and keeps it from working properly. Putting things in our foods, putting things in the air and the environment, the water. But God is far more powerful, and he's angry with them, not us, for turning it off. He knows that we've been poisoned. But he says in the Bible, and part that does remain says that he will awaken us. There are scriptures, multiple scriptures, that say that he will remove the yokes from their eyes when they are ready to see. And Spirit is saying, now more than ever, we are ready to see. We are at a point in time in human ascension where we are ready to see and have the yokes removed from our eyes. This is why we are having a spiritual awakening on a level that has never been seen in the human collective before. But he had to wait till we were ready to see it, that we were able to see it. So while that portion was left in the Bible, we couldn't understand what that meant. What do you mean he's going to remove the yoke from our eyes? A lot of people interpret that as knowing and believing that Jesus is Christ. And that's part of it, but the big picture is that it's actually that we awaken to our consciousness and realize that we've cut ourselves off unknowingly from God and not the other way around. Or we didn't know at all that we were connected to God, but we are. So fast forward to today. It's time. We're awakening. Is it time for Jesus to come back? This is a question that popped in my head, and they said, yes, but not necessarily the way we think. He's coming back in the form of our Christ consciousness. That's one way anyway. Christ consciousness is coming back, and we are meant to awaken Christ consciousness and bring Jesus back as we spiritually awaken. We will all awaken to our connection to God and all knowledge, and we will begin talking about it and sharing it, therein leading to more awakenings. And when awake enough, the vibration of the collective and the earth will go high enough that we will also then ascend into heaven and ascend earth into heaven, into 5D version of earth, which we could call heaven. So will he come back in human form? I don't know. I don't think so. What I was getting was that he's not going to come back here in human form. We're going to awaken so much with our Christ consciousness energy and raise our vibration and the collective so much that we'll literally go into heaven and he'll be there waiting for us. He doesn't have to come back in physical form. He still can. Spirit didn't say he's definitely not coming back in physical form. They were just saying, we are going to bring him back in consciousness. And in doing so, we will find and meet him again, and that he's waiting for us. But we don't need him to come back in physical form as long as we reconnect to our consciousness, as long as we reconnect to our connection to him and God. That is the second coming of Christ. And so if we reunite with him in heaven, it's kind of a third coming of Christ, to be honest with you, because we will be the second coming within us. So what does left behind mean? You hear about the rapture, you think you're going to be left behind. Hi, Bonnie Hosley. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Sorry if I missed anybody. I'm just trying to get through this really long message. I'm glad that you're here. And thank you for those that are doing the likes. I really appreciate it. So left behind. Are some going to get left behind? What about we ascend, we move on, but what about our loved ones? You know, a lot of us as Christians worry about those that don't get baptized, or those that don't choose God, a relationship with God, or choose to spiritually awaken if you're spiritually awakening. Yes, people will get left behind, but not in the way that you think, or the way that they tell us. Left behind is the waves of ascension. As we have waves of people ascending, some will ascend faster than others, leaving others behind, but only temporarily. Those that awaken first will move on to heaven, leaving those that have chosen to awaken later behind. But they aren't being left behind. They are choosing at a soul level to stay behind for a little bit longer, and not forever. They feel they have more lessons to learn, more people to help, so they choose, sometimes sacrifice, to stay behind. And for all we know, some of them may be soul fighters, firefighters, where they literally hold back the flames and help save people that are still here in 3D battling against life. And they give them room to breathe while they finish up learning their lessons that they need to learn here, right? So some people volunteer to stay back to help the collective awaken, even though they could move on. Hi, Bonnie. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Good to see you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So not everybody that gets left behind, we can easily judge and be like, why wouldn't you want to move on? Why wouldn't you choose to ascend spiritually? Why wouldn't you want to go to heaven? There's lots of reasons. And that reason is only known by each individual soul. Some of us decided we want to go right away, right? And we're on that first wave. And that can be great because we're going to get where we want to go. But it can also be difficult because we know that we feel from a human standpoint, human emotions, that we're leaving our loved ones behind. And Spirit wants you to know that's not the case. That's not true. They're staying behind temporarily. It's only temporary. And we're able, and they're not being forced to, okay? It will be in their own, they're telling me it'll be in their own perfect time as they experience what they choose to, and they need to ensure the best ascension process for them. That's when they will move on. We're still able to see them, but not be consumed with them. As our vibration moves up, those of us that are ascending first, as our vibration moves up and we move into 5D, we'll still be able to see what's going on in 3D. Some people call this split timelines, where you're partly in between 3D and 5D. And so what's going to happen to those left on 3D? We'll still be able to see each other and see what's going on. As you raise your vibration, you'll still see what's going on politically. You'll see what's going on in the world, current events, but you won't be as consumed with it anymore. It won't bother you as much. You won't be focused on it. You'll be focused on your ascension and your growth and your relationship with Spirit. And because of that, everything will just seem better and happier, but the bad will be more distant. So, but for a while, we'll see it until we finally get so far apart where our vibration is so much higher and we're vibrating at a higher frequency that eventually they'll just kind of drop off out of our consciousness. We won't forget them completely. It'll just kind of be like out of sight, out of mind. Again, that's only temporary. This is only... So this is for an important reason though, okay? The fact that we get distant from them is so that we become less dependent on one another, so that we are less distracted by them and they can't hold us back anymore. If we're focused on a partner or focused on a child or a loved one so much that we're only consumed with them, we're not focusing on our own spiritual journey. And in this situation, we can't make them awaken. We can't make them choose to go faster because that might not be what's right for them and their soul and their journey. So God makes this happen where we don't vibrate at the same frequency anymore and we kind of become less consumed with them. We don't stop loving them. We don't lose complete connection with them, but we're not as worried. And this is what happens with our loved ones when they pass on into heaven and the other dimensions. They never forget about us. And if we call for them, they can hear us and they can come back and be here with us just in the other dimension. But they're not self-reliant on us anymore. They're not being enabled by our behavior. They're not being distracted. They're able to move on and be in their own spiritual bliss because they did the hard work and they earned it and they moved on. Unless they choose to do it all over again and come back again, and that's a choice. But right now, at this time in history, most are not. Most, once they check out this time, they move on until there's a new plan, because we go on and live for eternity. And this is only one plan out of eternity. We don't know, once we ascend and stay in heaven and happiness for so many years, whatever that equates to over there, if we're going to develop a whole new plan to go somewhere else and do something else or create something else. All we know is what this plan is right now. And your loved ones are over there living their best life, doing their best thing right now. They haven't forgotten about you. They're just not as so distracted by trying to take care of you all the time that they can't enjoy their own spiritual journey now. They're focused on that. But they can and will come back to support you. So, to wrap this up, we're kind of at the point where we're wrapping it up. Focus on your own journey. Once you are ready and in the right place, and we're all getting ready for that, the others will catch up with us and we'll all be reunited. Waves of souls getting to heaven at different times, but ultimately we will get there. The only ones that don't make it there are the ones that choose not to, and most of those are not human souls. Those would be other forms of energy, dark energy, demons, those that may have taken form in a human body, but they were never human to begin with. Most humans choose to ascend and will make it. If they choose to make it, they will make it. So, unfortunately, Dark is using our Bible as their script for a movie, basically, and they're playing this out as a playbook to mock God and to fool Christians, because they know so many of us believe and are aware of it. But they're also using the other religious texts to do the same, and we just have to be aware of this. And I don't want anybody to not believe in the Bible if they choose to. Just have this consciousness in the back of your mind, and when you read your scripture, pray about it. Sit down and meditate in prayer with God, your Father, your higher power, or whoever you believe in. I'm assuming if you're reading the Bible that you're Christian. And listen for God through you. Listen to the truth through God directly. Don't listen from the pulpit and a man or a woman telling you. Listen with your own discernment from the connection you have that Jesus told us about. Jesus was the example of, and the dark has robbed from us all this time. The dark script of the movie is using Trump as the Christ avatar, okay? The man, Jesus, the story in the Bible, they're trying to use Trump to look and act like him to play out their story. But they're using the narrative to divide and conquer us. They're trying to turn the left against the right and anybody in between, so that we will have a civil war among us, and we're distracted by what we're doing, and we're missing what they're doing at the same time. Everything is a distraction. And if we're turning on each other, we will ultimately destroy ourselves, and they don't have to do it. But God is in control, to wrap this up. And He is using it to wake us up. He is using it to reunite us. Ultimately, He will use it to awaken everyone, and He is also using Trump in this way. And this is the part I told, I want to make sure I pronounce the name, Levinas, about that I was going to wrap it up and bring it back around. Maybe I'll reach out to them to explain this a little more in detail. But basically, love him or hate him, God can use Trump too, okay? And God is using Trump, and the dark doesn't realize that God's using Trump too. The dark is using Trump to try and do bad things, okay? But God is using Trump, and they fell for it, and they're trying to use him too, not realizing it. So Trump can be used for good or bad. Ultimately, the choice is up to him. But God is in control, so He can always override anything Trump does. The dark unknowingly chose him as their pawn, falling for God's plan. They think they're working their own agenda, but it's all part of God's bigger plan. This is why Trump is confused, because he's being controlled by both sides. He's in a tug of war of control over him, and in the bigger picture, a deadly tug of war over our souls. Now, you guys, this is the funny thing, okay? So I'm laying here channeling this in bed. I haven't even gotten out of bed yet, but my husband has a crime show on. And out of the corner of my hearing, I literally hear, right as I'm saying, being channeled to me, he's being controlled by both sides. He's in a, I swear to you guys, I would not make this up. The television narrator of this crime show says he's in a deadly tug of war. And I got chills and I started to tear up. And that happened twice. I went on channeling, like they literally filled in the blank of what Spirit was about to say, and then Spirit said it. But the narrator on the TV said it with something that was not related at all to this channeling. So what happened was I went ahead and channeled more, and a minute or two later, it happened again where they said the exact same word, and it was not a common word like the or and. Like tug of war, it's not like you say that all the time, right? And deadly, specifically, deadly tug of war. But it happened again. This is how I know that this stuff is real. This is the magic that Spirit uses to confirm and show me that what they're saying is truth. Because these synchronicities happen way too often to be just a coincidence. So yeah, they and the television said that Trump is in a deadly tug of war over our souls and being used by both sides. This is what, but here's the thing, guys. Love or hate Trump, he is perfectly imperfect. God and Jesus didn't use perfect people, right? He used the prostitute. He used the tax collector, the harlot, the drunk, the womanizer. David stole Bathsheba from the king. Hi, Kit. Welcome. These were people that did some horrible things, but God could still use them to his glory. Because these people could be changed, learn and grow from things, turning from the dark to the light, setting an example in how you can ascend. It's all about growth and ascension. And the average human couldn't understand back then if he used somebody that lived a perfect life. They wouldn't have been able to wrap their heads around, well, she's just perfect. No, he used Mary Magdalene for this, or he used the tax collector for that. Look what he did with David, who went on to be king, who as a boy slayed giants and went on to be king and saved his people. We literally have many, many stories of where God used imperfect people. Some of these people were considered the worst of society, but God used them because they were an example that he can change them, that he can make them grow and make them ascend and make them better. And that's what I'm hearing is why God is able to work through Trump. Excuse me. God's powerful working miracles through them sets the example and teaching the message that God can work miracles through sinners. God can make imperfect people better people, and he can work through you. He can work through Trump. Love him or hate him. I'm just trying to tell you, Spirit's trying to encourage you, don't be discouraged at what you're seeing happen. If you love President Trump and support him and like him, that's great. You can see that he can do some good things. If you don't like him, it's okay. God's the one in control, not Trump. Whether it be Biden or Trump or whoever is in control, God can and will make them do the right thing, or he will overtake them and do the right thing to save us. We don't need a savior is where we're going with this. We don't need Trump to be the savior. We don't need anybody to be the savior. There's only one savior, and that's Jesus, but he was the example. The true savior is within us. We have to tune in to us. We have to tune in to God within us. Each and every one of us has the power and the ability to save ourselves. Therein, we can all work to save the human collective. Thank you, Artemis. Thank you for pointing that out. We did. We hit 22. Let's keep it going. You guys are doing great. I know this is a lot of info, and I told you it was going to be a lot, and it was going to be deep. So I'm wrapping it up. Basically, Trump is not perfect. Some people would say he's not even a nice guy. You know, I don't know him personally, so I don't know. But I know he's a leader. He's smart. He knows how to manage and organize. He knows how to achieve a goal. He knows how to motivate and rally people. He's strong, he's loyal, and he doesn't give up. But he does love this country. He does say he loves God, and I've seen some evidence of that. Actually, most importantly, he loves with his whole being, and he loves his family, and he loves his freedom, and he does appear to be fighting for that. He does make mistakes, but God can use him. So be encouraged, and be encouraged whoever our next leader is that he can do the same. But remember, when it comes to right and left, it's all part of the same coin. On the front, they may be different players. In the back behind them, they're the same people pulling the strings. I don't know, and I didn't ask, and I'm sorry, maybe I will, if the elections were rigged. I have my own personal opinion that I won't share. If our vote really counts, it's neither here nor there. You do what you can. That's all you can do. So if you can vote and you want to vote, you vote. If you can't, you don't. Does it count? Again, I have my own opinion. You guys derive your own opinion. But trust and know that God is in control. Trump is the trumpet of the book of Revelations in the Bible. He's the trumpet that will sound, signaling the storm of the great battle. If all of this movie we're watching seems ridiculous, overly obvious, or familiar, it's because it is. Not only are you aware of the similarities in it to the Bible, but you are beginning to remember the truth, your truth. So this movie script is going at times to just seem ridiculous to you and super obvious. Hi, banana. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that, but welcome. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for the follow. So obvious at times that it's going to seem like really bad acting. And guess what, guys? It is. It's bad acting by real actors, many of which actually work in Hollywood and act behind the scenes, including with their politics. We are watching a really bad movie, but guess what? It's also a comedy, so feel free to laugh because you can trust and know that God is in control and that we win. You know the end of the story. We win this battle, okay? Things may make sense to you today that seemed crazy to you a few years ago. I'm telling you right here and now, we already won this. It just hasn't come to fruition yet. And you will see it, even if it seems crazy and hard to believe. But we've come a long way in a short time with this awakening, and yet it still seems like it's taking forever for some of us, right? Some of us that have been awake for a while. But it will all happen in perfect timing. The reason it's not happening fast enough is because the others in the waves behind us are waking more slowly because for whatever reason, they chose to learn more lessons first. And if we rush that, we actually rush their ascension and they lose a part of their spirit that they're trying to evolve. So I know it seems like forever, but Trump's assassination attempt is part of this plan and movie. It's part of him being played as the Christ avatar. The plan is God's, though. God overrides this evil movie. And the movie is theirs. It's a bad movie. But the plan is God's. And I promise you we win. And his people are divinely protected by an army of angels and ancestors. Most importantly, the most intelligent and powerful source in the world is on your team. So don't worry about your family. Don't worry about what's going to happen. Worry will not serve you well. Do not live in fear every day. Do not watch the news and get scared because it looks like we're going into World War III. Don't get scared of who's going to win the election. Do what you have control over, and that is just go on living your best life, being spiritual and trying to spiritually ascend. The more you focus on that, the higher your vibration raises, and you'll leave this crap behind. And you won't be stuck in 3D worrying about this anymore. Because this is the stuff that stays behind in 3D. So God Creator wins. Nobody can beat him. So get your snacks, get comfy, sit back, watch the movie play out. because we win. The human collective will rise again. We are Christ consciousness. We are rising again, and we are the ones that are going to return back to heaven with God. So that was a very, very long, lengthy channeling, and I really appreciate you guys sticking with me. I know it got a little low there. I know it might have been hard to follow, but we are going to have some fun with some readings. But with that said, for those of you that listened to all of that, I will do the best I can to answer any questions if you have them. Now, some answers I'll get right away, some I won't, and I'll need to sit and meditate on them separately and bring it to you later, possibly. So, but does anybody have a question that I can attempt to answer, and hopefully we'll be able to answer for you about this, and then we'll move on to some readings. If you guys are just joining us, we just talked about what is happening with Trump, the assassination attempt, how he's an actor in this movie, and that it was staged. It was played out, which is why it didn't make sense and sit right with some of us. Those of us that can tell and are awake enough at this point, some of us could sense that it was off and didn't seem right. Okay, Kit, yeah, I will look into that further. And I started to go down that rabbit hole with meditating a while back, and I don't remember what happened, but I never got a definitive answer, and it was because of distractions. I just don't remember what distracted me, but I had to take care of responsibilities. Here's the thing. I know in the past, from my meditating, I know in the past some of the votes did not count. There was absolutely election tampering at points. What I don't know is whether the vote now will really count, if that system has been fixed and if the right people are protecting it now. So yes, I will definitely do that for you guys and go deeper into that, get some more messages from Spirit about how that's working now and if we should even bother. But in my opinion, if you feel it does you good, I've heard other channels actually kind of mock people. Why are you still voting? You know, this is just, the movie and that it isn't going to work. And I don't believe in mocking people. If you feel like your vote is doing something, it's putting energy out into the world. You are physically focusing on something and acting upon it. You are manifesting it in some form. Maybe your power isn't enough to manifest it all to yourself, all by yourself. But if enough people go and vote, we potentially could overturn any tampering, because that's a lot of focus and a lot of energy going into getting the right person elected, whoever that may be in that situation. But yes, I will look further into that, Kit, definitely, because I would like to know myself as well. Mayetta, you found it interesting and informative. Thank you. I appreciate that feedback. I really do. You don't think it does, Kit? Yeah, I think the feeling I have is that it's still a broken system. I feel like some things have been changed and worked upon, but I don't think it's all the way fixed yet. And I need to go in and further ask what's going to happen with this election and see what I get. Okay, you beautiful souls that are still here after that long channeling and haven't snuck out on me, or you did and you came back, thank you. Thank you for being here. Let's go into the list and see if anybody's here. I haven't seen a lot of these names. I'm just going to rattle off these names. And if you are one of these people and you would like your reading that I promised you last time, let me know. And if you're not, then we will move down the list of people we know are here. Beautiful Human, I haven't seen her, but Beautiful Human, are you here? Let me know. User 11999, otherwise known as Jamie. If you're here and you were here the other night and you want your reading, let me know. Thick and Curvy, Tara, Prasilita, And Chris, if any of you are here, let me know that were here the other night. JR, also known as Jennifer, Antonia, Joanne Nelson, Joanne Robertson, Tanya Gray, Dawn Long, I think I saw her pop in. Dawn and Virgo Girl, you guys were here if you're still here, and Mar. Any of you still here, let me know. Hi, Chrysilda. Welcome back. Glad you're here. Okay, a lot of them I don't think came on tonight. They were here on previous lives, but I'm going to give them all a minute to join back in. And then if the top of the list isn't here, we'll go with the people we know have been here tonight, Dawn and Virgo Girl. But I'm going to say the list one more time. Beautiful Human, user 11999, Jamie. Thick and Curvy, Tara, Presalita, Chris, JR, Jennifer, Antonia, Joanne Nelson, Joanne Robertson, Tanya Gray. If any of you are here, speak up now. And if I just said a name like Chris, I mean the Chris that was here on the other night. I will recognize your emblem and the rest of your name, so I will know. Let me know if you're here. And if not, is Dawn still here? Or Virgo Girl? And we'll give them a moment. And then we will go ahead and get started. So, any other questions about what I just said, all the things I just channeled, my channeling, or just your thoughts? I don't want to go too political, guys, because there's a lot of other places on TikTok you can go to talk all about politics. But anybody else have thoughts or feelings? Did anybody else have a gut reaction to what happened with the shooting of President Trump? And, or, you know, feel that this was happening for a purpose or an agenda? While we're waiting, we can discuss this or any questions you have about it. I did not mean to send you that invite. I'm sorry. But what I am going to do is when we read tonight, whoever I read for, I am going to give you the option to be invited up and speak instead of just commenting in the comments. We're going to try that tonight. It'll be the first time I ever did it, but I'm willing to give it a go. Kit said it seemed to be like a movie to you too. Okay. All right. Hi, Chrysilda. I'm so sorry I sent that invite. I didn't mean to. My screen is so touchy that all I do is scroll and it sends invites. I feel like I'm saying this constantly to people. I'm so sorry. Right there. Okay, so if you're able to, I don't know how to turn it off. Priscilla, are you able to turn it off on your end, hon? I don't know how to do that. Won't let me disconnect. There we go. I got it. Yes, we got it. Sorry about that. That was my fault. I actually ordered a better phone stand. It's coming tomorrow. I'm hoping at the angle that it holds it, it won't be so sensitive. Okay. All right. So is Dawn still here? Dawn Long, Virgo Girl, or Mar? We'll see if they're here. If you're just joining, welcome. Come on in. My name is Galliana Angel. I am happy to have you here. And I am a psychic medium. I can connect with anybody, but I like to specialize in connecting with your angels, your guardians, and your higher self, because that's where the true faithful knowledge comes from. You can connect to spirit in any form, but you don't know what kind of information you're going to get. The information is only as reliable as the source. So going straight to your spirit guides or your higher self, I know I'm getting direct consciousness energy. So that's what I am. I'm also a spiritual development guide. I love to help people in their spiritual life and acting as a life coach. I'm also a naturopathic health coach. Tonight we are going to do some readings. And if you are just joining, please hit that screen and tap the likes as much as you can, because if you do, it helps build us up on the algorithm, gets us seen by more people. And I am new to TikTok. I haven't even gone live a full week yet. So I need to get that out there as much as possible to build the community. I had a decent group of friends and following on Facebook, and was an admin of a really big psychic medium group with several other admins, but I was an approved reader in there and a teacher in there for quite a few years, and on YouTube until I took a hiatus and then came over to TikTok. So I'm just starting here now, and I would really enjoy you guys' help to grow the community. If you could please like, if you could follow, if you could share out this live, I would greatly appreciate it. I also have a goal of 3 subscribers. If you guys are the least bit interested in this kind of information, I am going to be doing workshops, having live sub-only videos, sub-only lives, and a group, if you do the highest tier, a private group, where I will teach you how to heal your energy, how to heal triggers, how to heal trauma and emotional issues, how to take care of your energy, energetically, energy hygiene, and how to protect your energy every day. I can teach you how to do tarot or angel cards, pendulum readings, a little bit of everything, besides also spiritual and life coaching. So if you're interested, please check out those subscriptions. There are 3 tiers so that you have different levels of involvement, but I have so many awesome things planned. I have giveaways and gifts that I am going to be giving away in there. We're going to have spontaneous surprises, live streaming from paranormal investigations at some really big paranormal sites, some live streaming, some concerts. We're also in the highest tier giving out anniversary presents and possibly biannual presents as well. We're also going to do parties, and we're gonna have like slumber parties where we get online together and we literally I'm thinking probably Zoom or something like that, where we can all interact, and you guys can help and offer up your gifts if you want to. If you do readings or healings or anything, I can do the same. We can do readings all night long. We can sit and chat. We can learn and grow together. We can listen to music and do all kinds of fun things. So if that sounds like fun to you, check out my subscriptions. Help us meet that goal, because as soon as I meet that goal, I can start planning some of the bigger things. I'm brand new, so we only have a couple subscriptions so far, which is great for those individuals because I'm going to work one-on-one with them. But I really want to be able to start doing the group stuff, because that's where the real fun is going to come in. So check those out. If you're able to subscribe, please do. If you're not able to, please share it with anybody you think would be interested. And if you can't subscribe, that's okay. If you could just tap, follow, and share. Those things help significantly. And we've already had some really great stories of helping people in this group in the short time that we've been here. And I'm building a community where we can all help each other grow, heal, but most importantly, be really great friends and support one another in everything that we're doing. Baby girl, thank you for the live follow. I really appreciate that. I think Artemis explained to you about getting you on the list. Let me see who else, if anybody I missed. Thank you for the follow, Abby Moo. You love the paranormal, Mayetta? That's me. Anything paranormal, and I'm into it. JS Gurul 1. Thank you for the follow, and thank you for being here. Campfire stories, yes. Yes, Artemis, we are going to do that. Very much so. We're going to have some really great things coming up. So I'm going to do a lot of that live, but we're going to do the more extensive, biggest things in the subscriptions groups, so that we can see in the subscription, we can kind of go deeper dive into the more sensitive stuff that we can't just do on the lives. We can get in deeper. We can do the personal stuff, the more private stuff that you don't want your business all over TikTok live. So that's why I'm doing the subscriptions. It's not about money for me. It's really about being able to go to those smaller groups and get more personal and really deep dive into what needs to be healed. What can we do to make your life better? How can we bring the joy back? And what can we do to support you through it? So please join if you can, but if not, just be here. Be with us, because we're still going to do a lot of phenomenal things here. So today kind of got hijacked by the light because they decided I needed to share that big long channeling, but I think it was good information, and hopefully some of you got something important out of it and learned something that you didn't know, if it resonates with you. So, okay, so we're not getting that with the people which I knew, and I suspected a lot of them wouldn't come back because they were first-timers. I had only seen them pop in shortly, unlike so many of you that have come back night after night. Thank you to you that are back. I love you dearly. Oh, the dead files. You know what? I think some of that's scripted and it gets a little funky on what they do, but I still love it, Mayetta, because there is a lot of truth there too. I think all of them are scripted to some degree, just for sake of being able timing and editing and whatnot. But yeah, I love that show. I used to watch it all the time. Okay, you guys. So since these people aren't here, is there anybody? Artemis, is there anybody here presently that is on the list, or should I open the list up? I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. You sent that telepathically, Artemis, your message. I did it without having read that. Okay, and that's fine. That's fine. So let's do Chrysilda. You are that good, honey. Just so you know, we have our own little private chat. Me and my beautiful ladies, moderators here, Hot Tosh and Gracious. I love saying that. Along with AG, also known as Artemis. We worked really hard today to work out the kinks. Since we're new, we're trying to figure out how to keep this list flowing and everybody on the same page, where if I'm busy and the comments are flowing and I miss somebody asking for a reading and I don't get them on the list and my moderator steps away, well, they're getting missed. So we came up with a different app and a new way to keep the list so that that won't happen anymore. Thank you to those ladies for their sacrifice and their time and their being here. They are beautiful. And AG literally messaged me behind the scenes and told me to stop and take a drink. And I didn't see the message, but I stopped and took a drink. So she's getting to me either way. Okay, Chrysilda, did you want a reading, hun? Let me know. Where'd this song come from? This is not on my list. Wait to see. Yes, Chrysilda would like. I think Amazon just hijacked my list and started playing their own thing. I'm going to switch it for my vibe to be better here. Okay. So yes, J.S. Gural 1. If you would like a reading, Artemis, can you pick her up and put her next then? I mean, I should be able to remember that, but I want to make sure. Stacy? Okay, yes, please add Stacy. It took you 2 days to figure out how to change your profile pic, Kit. Yeah, well, don't even get me started. I got so frustrated with TikTok I had to change my name. I had to change several things. And sometimes it just doesn't like me. I really don't think it likes me. Okay, so we are going to do Chrysilda. Chrysilda, if you could let me know it's also your energy. If you could let me know if you have a question that you would like to ask. Whoa, see, thank God my new stand is coming tomorrow because I can't keep it up here. Please let me know if you have a specific question you'd like to ask, or if you'd just like a general question and have your guides decide what you need to know. And Ingrid, did you want to be added to the list, Ingrid? Okay, while we wait for that answer, I am going to connect to Griselda, her higher self. I call in Griselda's spirit guides and ask them to connect and step forward to assist us with this reading. Loosen up a little bit here. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, great. It's not very user-friendly, no. Old user anyway, yes. Okay, yes, Artemis has you down, Ingrid. So you will be next. Let's see. Or you guys will all be tonight. See if I can get this sage going again because one of my candles went out. Artemis, do we have Mayetta on the list? Mayetta, did you request to be on the list earlier and I miss you? Or did you just asking now? Because we can definitely add you if you're not already. So we got Griselda now, JS Gurau, which is Stacy, and Ingrid. And I want to make sure we don't miss you, Mayetta, if you requested. You asked very early on. I apologize. Can I ask you, did you asked when I was channeling? Because there was a moment when Artemis wasn't on yet, and I may have missed that and forgot to write you down. So please tell me, did you ask before I asked Griselda? Because if so, I'll make time for both of you and make sure that I'll do you right away and explain that to Griselda. I can prepare for both of you. Before I asked. Okay. I apologize, Mayetta. I thought we had it doing good here, but I looked on the list and didn't. No, I didn't add you, and I don't think you might have asked before Artemis came on. Okay. So yes, oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so sorry. I have this set, but it's so unstable. That was my fault. I bumped it, but it shouldn't be that rocky. I can't wait till this thing comes tomorrow. It's nothing like this one. I actually have a second one, and that one broke on me too. Okay, Griselda, I didn't see your response yet to whether you had a general question, wanted a general reading, or had a question. Griselda, I apologize, but do you mind if I take Mayetta real quick? Because I do vaguely remember her asking for a reading, but I was in the middle of stuff, and I really apologize. Do you have her down before I asked everybody? Artemis, it doesn't matter. She said she did, so Griselda, is that okay with you? I apologize, and I promise I'll do you next, and it won't be long because I'm in the flow now. I feel like I can get going pretty quickly tonight. I'm using the decks of cards that don't have really lengthy messages, but they're still going to be good full readings. So if you're okay with that, I humbly apologize. I should have had you on that list. So we'll do you right now, Mayetta, and Griselda, you are right after her. So I'm going to ask Griselda's higher self and spirit guides to step aside for just a moment. Excuse me, and let me connect to Mayetta. Mayetta, do you have a specific question, or would you just like a general reading? So stand by, Griselda. If you have to pop off, that's okay, but make sure you come right back so that we don't move on and not have you here. I definitely want to take care of you tonight. Mayetta, question of any kind or a general reading? And also, do you want me to put you up and send you an invite? Do you want me to send you an invite so you can speak? Or do you just want to keep going with text? I know some people just prefer the text. They don't really want to have to speak. It's up to you, whichever you prefer. General, some health issues. Okay. Connecting to Mayetta's higher self. I ask that she assist. Call in Mayetta's spirit guides. I ask them to step forward and assist us with this reading. Thank you. Okay. Text is fine. All right. Let's see. She has some health issues, general. And which deck? Okay. We are using Gateway Oracle by Denise Lynn. Very pretty. This is a deck I haven't been called to use very often. But it's a pretty deck. All right, Mayetta's guides, please assist us and tell us what she needs to hear. She's having some health issues, which you're aware of, so please let us know what she needs to hear today. What will be helpful to her? All right. They're all trying to pop out at once. What does Griselda need to know? Is this one? Yes. Okay. What else? Hold on a second here. Make sure I'm getting Stacy. Yeah. Had to go back to try and remember your name. Stacy, yeah, if you keep your question and I'll ask you for it right before your reading, because when I'm in the middle, I can't. I forget so quickly, so easily. Okay, I've got one card for Mayetta. I'm just trying to get to the second one because I know there's another one in here. What's from Mayetta? But I started to drop it. Okay, she wants to know. That's okay, no problem, Stacy. I saw the oops right away. Did Steve make the right decision? Mayetta. Oh my gosh, these cards are sticky. There we go. A couple times I saw it trying to get out and it just fell back. Okay. This is it. Okay. All right, your first card. It's got a horse with someone riding with a flag, and it says, igniting courage. I am strong, valiant, and courageous. Igniting. 41. Okay, this is igniting courage. I am strong, valiant, and courageous. Move forward fearlessly. Gather your inner forces and take a risk. Speak up for yourself by honoring your truth. This isn't the time to be timid or hold back. Go forward gallantly with your banner of truth waving in the wind. You are a light bearer for others. The universe wants you to know. Being courageous doesn't mean that you're not afraid. It means that in spite of fear and hesitation, you take action anyway. It's all right to fall down. Just don't stay down. Do not allow yourself to be limited by the beliefs of others or even your own beliefs. Face your fears, go beyond the boundaries of your self-imposed barriers, and live passionately and boldly. What could this card represent about your fears? How can you overcome fear and step into courage? What is the ultimate outcome if you conquer your hesitations? Does this, I'm going to go ahead and tell you what Spirit says about it beyond that, Mayetta, but does this resonate with you as something that you needed to hear or have been struggling with? The fear of, is there something that you've been afraid of and that you've had a problem stepping into your courage? And I'm listening to them while I wait for your response. Thank you guys. We're 27,000. We're not far from 28. I know we can hit 30 if you guys keep hitting that like. While you're listening to the readings, please keep hitting that like when you can, because we have experienced in the past where when we had people like and share, you hit 30, well, we hit 30,000. So, yep, I'm not updating again. Thank you, Cactus. I appreciate you telling me. When I have noticed from TikTok, the nights that we've gotten this up over like 25, 30,000 or more, I did get more followers, and it's not the followers per se that I'm caring about. It's the fact that it brings more people into the lives and watching my videos. And I actually had a couple of people share with me some things that they learned from the videos and the lives. So we really just want to get these out in front of people. And you never know, while I'm doing Mayetta's reading, somebody else out there may needed to hear this same exact message. And they can take from it what they need to out of the message. And it really could make a difference in their day or even their life. So please do not hesitate to share, and don't hesitate to hit those likes. At the very least, those likes will get it further out there. So yes, Mayetta, you have. I'm going to read the next one, and then we'll address this, I think it was Steve decision. But they want me to go ahead and read the next card because they're saying I can tie the two together. And that one, after I get to the book, page 63, is receiving from angels. Receiving from angels, these beautiful wings, and it looks like an angel is enveloping her wings around you, or whoever. And it says, shimmering wings of angels embrace me with love. And she's saying, your angel is saying that this is something else you needed to hear. Blessings from above are showering over your life. Angels are real, and their presence is near. They are only a thought away. Messengers from the Creator, they come to you with immense blessings and love. All is well. Spread your wings and soar. The universe wants you to know angels are watching over you. They love you deeply and profoundly. Be still and open your heart to their wisdom and healing. They will come to you in soft breezes, rainbows, and feathers that seem to magically appear. These signs let you know that you are going in the right direction and that all is unfolding exactly as it should. The angelic energy within you is expanding. Know that you are an angelic healing, and you are a force of healing for others. How can I ask yourself, they want you to ask yourself this, how can I access the angelic energy within me? What is the most important thing that my angels want me to know? And how can I accept and receive even more from the angelic realm? Because what they want you to know, Mayetta, is you're going through these health issues, but you are also at the same time going to start feeling a stronger presence to your spirit guides. You're going to start noticing more synchronicities. You're going to start noticing more little messages and guidance from them. And they want you to know that that is because two things. For one, you're spiritually awakening and you're spiritually growing, strengthening. But also, they want you to know that they are with you through these health issues. Hold on, I'm pausing to check something real quick. Okay, I thought I missed something, went by and flashed on the screen before I could get to it. Okay, so yeah, they're saying it's not a coincidence that we are turning up the volume, so to speak, not literally, but on how many messages and guidance and how they make sure to show you that they're there. They want you to be more aware of their presence. They've always been there, but they want you to start being more aware of them being there and their ability to assist you. They said you do, I feel what I'm feeling from them is that you do believe in them and you do believe that they can help you, but sometimes you doubt it, that they won't help you in this particular situation, and you doubt it without even asking them. You just kind of assume that they wouldn't want to help you with this. Or they're telling me there's times that you don't feel like they'll help you, almost as if there's like this underlying sense of you don't feel that you deserve to be helped. Have you felt that, Mayetta? You may not even consciously be aware of it, but I feel like there's times that you almost don't feel good enough to receive their help, their assistance, or you feel like they don't help you, but they help other people, that kind of thing. Like I'm not the kind of person that angels come to the rescue of. That's for other people. Is this true, Mayetta? If it is, I'm really sorry to hear that, because that couldn't be further from the truth. Oh, my friend, you are very, very worthy and deserving of their help. And they want to help, but they need you to understand that if you think that way, you actually block them and the energy they're trying to send you. So they want you to be aware that they do want to help you. And they want you to be aware of the fact that they are trying to help you, and that you have to be willing to open yourself up to that energy. You don't have to, obviously, you don't have to accept that energy from them. But they're saying they help you even with the little things that you don't realize. So the little things that we all kind of take for granted, and it's just the day went okay today. It wasn't as bad as yesterday, or this didn't happen that always seems to happen to me. The little things that we just think are, thank God we got a relief from that, is them literally making sure that didn't happen to you that day. Yes, that is the part that's not easy, opening yourself up to it. It is really difficult to just kind of relinquish that control sometimes, and it's totally optional. You never have to agree to it, but They want to recommend to you that you do open yourself up by giving them permission, because they don't ever want to overstep boundaries. They're very sensitive and cautious to not wanting to overstep. So if they sense at all that you aren't willing to take their help, or you don't think you're worthy of it, then to them that's like refusing it. Not hard refuse, it's just like, to them you're like not open. So they can't really help you in that way. They're very careful not to ever force themselves or their actions upon you. So if you can't hear them and they're trying to tell you, we're here, we're doing this, and we can stop that from happening for you, or we can help you with that. If you sense a situation where you know you can't do it on your own, or you really could benefit from assistance from them, please ask them. Because the second you ask them, you're giving them permission to come in and do what they need to do to assist you. And that's all it takes. It's not easy all the time. The hardest part is remembering for me. But if you ask them for that help, the more you do that, the more they're able to step in, the more powerful their energy connection with you becomes, and the more powerful things they can do for you. Because initially, they may only be able to do smaller things for you, because you're still building and opening that connection that hasn't been used. It's kind of like clogged pipes. The power can't get through too much, so they can only do little things. It's kind of like when a spirit crosses over. When someone passes over, when they first pass over, they don't have much power or ability to do things. So like if we're talking about what we consider like a ghost, some ghosts they can switch lights off and on. Some ghosts can make noises, move things. Some ghosts can't do any of that. They have to work up and build and practice and build up energy to be able to do those things. It's the same thing with your angels. They're there. They can do great things for you. But if you don't keep that connection open and allow them to do it, it's almost like it gets rusty or corroded or clogged. And the more you do look to them and the more you allow them in, the more power they can force through and the more they can do for you. And you ask for Jesus' help a lot. That's fantastic. That's wonderful. And a lot of times the angels will act on Jesus' behalf. So keep that up. Keep that up. Asking Jesus is great, and that's going straight to the source. But they just want to remind you that they are there, almost like having besties in the room with you at all times. And they said they don't want you to feel like you have to pray to them, because they don't want you to pray to them. But some people get a little uneasy and feel like if you're talking to spirit, it feels like it's praying. And some people are worried about praying to only God. So they said, don't think of it like that. Just think of it like you're talking to your best friend, as if they were sitting in the room with you, because they are, and you just can't see them. So the more you build that rapport with them and talk to them and keep things open with them, the more power is given to them to be able to step in and help you. Does that make sense? But you are absolutely worthy of it. You deserve it. And they want to help you. They are really, I can feel their love for you. It's very powerful. It's very warm and comforting. And they want to be able to wrap that around you so that you can feel that more often. Now, I'll ask them about Steve for you, but just let me know if that makes sense and resonates with you. Okay. I'm getting as far as Steve, I don't know what the situation is, but I'm getting that whatever the choice he made was the right choice, but there's a but. It was the right choice, but I'm feeling almost like he didn't go about it the right way, or there's something that is interfering with that choice and that he was distracted by is the energy that I'm feeling about it. He has a lesson to learn. Is that what you're picking up, Artemis? Yeah, I feel like he made the right choice. Yeah, something like that. Like he made the right choice, but yeah, there's like a lesson that needs to be learned or something that is going to distract him from that, and at some point it may not feel like the right choice, but ultimately in the long run it had to happen that way. What are your thoughts on that, Mayetta? You still with me? Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, I didn't know exactly what it was, but I felt like it was a mistake in the sense of it would be perceived as a mistake, but ultimately it was the right choice. Yeah, I'm so sorry. He had some demons. Yeah. Honestly, Mayetta, in the bigger scheme of things, it was the right choice. I'm sorry. So sorry that you and anybody that cared about him had to experience that. But the way I've learned to deal with it, suicide, so I hate to even say that word with TikTok, but is that depending on what souls go through on this earth, they get tired, they get scared, their human emotions take them to a place that makes it inconceivable for them to be able to go on. And as fellow human beings, we can perceive the decision to unalive yourself can seem obvious to us that it's the wrong choice and that that's not how to go about something. But from a spirit standpoint, they're tired or scared, and the emotions are so much that if they stayed in the situation, it would have probably gotten worse like they thought it would. We tend to think, well, anything can get better, so you should fight it out, and it will get better in time. But usually when they're in that state of mind, it is so far gone emotionally that they don't know how to cope and get through to make it better, and they can see no way out. And as much as some of us have been taught doing that means you'll go to the bad place, I'm told by spirit that the bad place is a mental state of mind, and here in 3D can be considered that bad place. Choosing to be stuck here in a bad state of mind is HE double hockey sticks for a lot of people. And sometimes humans need to reset. Whether we like it or not, the rest of us humans, sometimes we need a break, we need to reset. And what's going to happen is he will just come back and have to repeat the cycle in a different way to learn the lesson in a different way this time. Basically, the way I see it is he came here to learn certain lessons. Something went wrong, got off course, and he couldn't see his way anymore to learn that lesson in a healthy way. So his soul chose to exit and come back and get a do-over, basically. But he also can do things differently when he comes back. Where he can still learn. Basically, when he leaves, he's going to get a meeting with God and his higher self and devise a better plan to keep it from getting derailed this time. And how can we come back and repeat this to make it better? Or they can make a choice together that we've learned enough, we're done, and we want to stay here for a while, meaning in heaven. I have been told by Spirit there's no in-between. I mean, you can be stuck somewhere in between temporarily, but it's not like a punishment place where you go and get stuck because you did something wrong. If it is, it's because it's a mental prison where you can be held, where your energy gets stuck and keeps you from moving on as easily. But that's a short-term thing, and that's something else we can talk about later. But in this situation, usually, they go straight to heaven, he regroups, gets with God and decides, do I want to go back and learn those lessons in a different way to stay on a different path? And he can choose to, I've learned enough, and I'm good enough, I'm good. But usually most souls say, I want to come back and do it again because I know I can get it right this time, and they want to be more Christ-like in their consciousness level. But as a soul, we always have a choice. But this lower 3D dimensional body and mind are so dense, the energy is so hard that the human brain is not capable sometimes of conceiving the truth and how to see through it and how to get out. And it takes like leaving this suit behind so he can go get back to that place of complete consciousness and see through the forest again and actually see the path. Does that make sense? You think that's where he was at, his state of mind? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I don't think in the big picture it was the wrong choice. For you and those that care about him, it feels like it, and I get that. Yeah, it seems like that should never be the choice. But at a soul level, for him, I think he knew what he needed to do because this wasn't working. And that's what they're telling me. I mean, that's not my opinion. I said I think, but I'm telling you what they're saying. But I know that's sensitive. It's very sensitive. Are you okay, Mayetta? I am really sorry for the loss. His wife, your adopted daughter, was devastated. So your son-in-law. I bet. Oh, I'm sure. That's horrible. I'm so sorry. Well, I hope if she's able to receive this information, if you think that she would be able to receive this information without it being more painful than just letting it be, please share it with her and tell her he's okay. Because that's what I'm feeling, that's what I'm getting, is he's okay. But he wouldn't have been... He would have never been the same, as let's put it that way. I think he may have recovered to some degree, but never fully. I don't think he would have found his way through it and been healthy. I think it would have developed into more mental illness or physical illness because of what he was going through all in his head. Okay, good. Okay. Well, thank you, Mayetta, for the honor to be able to read for you. I'm sorry that was such a heavy topic to discuss, but I hope that gives you and your daughter some peace, because I can't imagine what that would be like, and any way that I can help, I hope it does. You are very welcome. Thank you. And I appreciate you very much. I'm glad you came tonight, and I'm glad that we were able to give you some answers. Okay, Artemis, remind me who we have next, because on my end, this reading list, if you added anything, it's not updated on my end. I don't know why. It might be this second phone. So can you please tell me who you have next? I just left the messages and there was nothing there. I don't know why I don't have anything recent from you. Okay, maybe this isn't the answer I need. Maybe let me go out of the app and come back in. Let me try that. Sorry guys, bear with us just a second. Chrysilda, yes, Chrysilda's next. Thank you. And I knew she was next, but for some reason, because the name's different, I couldn't remember it, so I wanted to confirm it before I said it out loud. Thank you. Okay, I'm looking. I want to make sure we're on the same page here. Oh, okay. Well, see, I want to... Okay, I'm glad you did that, Artemis, because I was going to tell everybody I wanted to delete the grocery list, the shopping list, but it won't let me. And I was going to tell you guys right before, but I forgot that I'm keeping everything on the current list. But I guess we'll figure that out later. Okay. But even then, I don't have everybody on there. Okay. We're good. It doesn't matter. Thank you. Artemis, you're doing a fabulous job. Sorry, guys. We're working out the kinks. We're trying a new app to be able to have all of the moderators work on it and collaborate at the same time so they can add to it, take it away all in one place rather than keeping their own list and then trying to compare them, because that can get so confusing. So we are working out those kinks because we're new. And it won't be a kink any longer. So you guys, we are so close to 30,000. Did we pass it? And it's just not updating me still. Is that what? I can't even remember the last number that we said we passed. And it wasn't updating. See, this is TikTok's issue, not mine. We did hit 30,000. That's right. So what are we at now, guys? Okay, Chrysilda. I am happy to do your reading, and I thank Mayetta's higher self and her guides. I ask them to go with love and gratitude because they're fabulous. And we're moving on to Chrysilda, and I ask Chrysilda's higher self to connect with me, and I ask her spirit guides to step in and connect. Chrysilda, you said a general reading, is that correct? Okay, thank you, Artemis. 29.7. Cactus said we were at 30,000, I think, which we practically are on mine, but I don't know why it's not updating. Mine's stuck. Okay, yes, general reading for Chrysilda. Thank you. Do we want cards or no? Yes. We are using the Angel Tarot for Chrysilda. Chrysilda, these are what we're using for you. They are tarot, but they're angel related. Okay. Chrysilda's guides help me with this general reading. Okay, yes, we're at least at 30K. You guys are fabulous. Please keep it going. I know there's not too many of us in here right now, but I know we can keep going. I know we'll get it up there. Okay, what does Chrysilda need to know? Still looking for another subscriber. If you guys are interested, please check out the subscriptions. Okay. What does she need? Tell me. Nope. Sorry, I'm having my own little conversation over here. Okay. Let's see. Yes, Gen X, these are angel cards. I connect with, well, God and spirit teams, angels. Let's see. What is trading here? Okay, which one? This one? Yes. All right, I've got one here. Checking what's going on. All right. Two of Earth, angels. Your angels are saying you've got too much going on at once. The need to make a decision and consider a more playful approach. And I will expand on that as soon as I look this up. Okay, Chrysilda, you, my lovely soul, are doing too much. You may experience financial instability or have too many projects on your plate. You're feeling stressed, yet you're managing to maintain the status quo at work or home. And if you're considering a career change, keep your current job and slowly transition to the new one. Okay, Gen X Nation, thank you. That's much love to you too, and that's perfectly fine. I respect that 100%. Just so you know, I only connect with spirit guides and angels, but I get it. That's fine. Thank you. Much love to you. So if you are thinking of changing a job or something, making a big decision in your life, make sure you transition slowly. The situation if it requires a decision for you, stay open to creative ideas and new perspectives. If you're struggling to make a choice, try a more playful approach. If you lighten up, you may easily find the answer. And the reason they say that is because we often can take things so seriously and be so concerned about something that we can't see past the situation, and we get stressed and so low vibe that we don't have the ability to see through to the solution. So they want you to always try and take a step back and look from a different perspective. Not let the emotions get in the way. Not let it really. Thank you, Mayetta. Much love to you, my dear. I really appreciate that for the roses. Thank you so much. It says it also could be dealing with any kind of a change, working multiple jobs, just needing balance, especially to something like a budget or something that is creating a sense of instability. needing to find the ability to adapt to what you're going through. They're saying that you just have a lot going on and you get overwhelmed very easily because you say yes to a lot of things. And it seems like, I almost feel like there's a period of time where it feels like you have a lull and things don't happen, not too much is going on, and then all of a sudden things just kind of hit you all at once. and and then it seems like everything is going wrong all at the same time, and it's really easy to get overwhelmed. Does this resonate with you, Crisilda? And they're saying there's some kind of a choice, a decision that you're either considering, you're either considering a change of some kind, or a change is coming for you, that you are supported and that you can make those changes and decisions with confidence and know that your angels and God are with you, you're not alone, and that you will be supported in it. So make sure to try and step back and not let the feelings get in the way, where you can, almost like from a third party stepping out of the situation, looking in. If you were watching somebody, like a friend or a family member, and you could see them getting all in their mind and worried about the situation, what would you tell them in how to approach it and to go through it without all that emotional baggage attached? They want to just make sure that you're able to separate yourself from the emotion so that it doesn't cloud your judgment, because you really are supported and you can make this choice and this transformation or whatever it is you're dealing with in a really good way, positively, without all that emotion cluttering. Does that make sense? Thank you, Gen X. I appreciate you. And yes, I love the Lord too. Jesus is my Savior, and I just, for the last hour, talked about that. So thank you very much. This just happens to be one way that I show my faith and work through Him. It does, Crisilda? Okay, thank you. So the second one, they're telling me to go ahead and show you the other one, which is Archangel Gabriel. Says, lavish abundance, give birth to your dreams, nurture yourself and others. So let me see what the message for the book says, and then we'll elaborate on that from what they say. The Empress. All right. I like this card. 22. Okay. Your creativity and hard work are bringing you great rewards. According to this card, you have the Midas touch right now, and if it's not right now, you're not feeling it, you will in the near future. You have the ability to nurture and give your loving attention to something that will flourish. Marriage, children, and issues involving motherhood or creativity, because creativity can mean birthing something, are positively affected right now. Whether you're trying to give birth to a child, nurture life into plants or pets, or help a new project or business to grow, your creative endeavors will be successful. They're saying right now is you have a lot of positive energy coming from the heavens for you right now. Enjoy the beautiful things in life, knowing that you deserve to be wonderfully provided for. Take excellent care of your body, whether it be massage, yoga, exercise, or anything that makes you feel healthy, vibrant, and luxurious. By taking care of your body, you're nurturing that positive energy to attract to you, to help you bring forth more abundance and blessings. And I said that added on from your guides. And the additional meaning of the card on the next page says, another meaning of the card could be abundance, spending time in nature, indulging in creative and artistic projects, loving and nurturing yourself or others, in a time of excellent emotional or physical health. Archangel Gabriel is the messenger angel who guides and supports expectant and adoptive parents, as well as those involved in newborn creative projects. Call upon Gabriel to inspire creative ideas and give you the courage and opportunities to express them. So anything that you are toying with idea-wise, or have had an idea for a while and wanted to potentially implement this idea or create something from it, they're saying now is the time to do it. You have their attention, you have their support, and they really, really want you to have the confidence to know that they are always supporting your endeavors, but now more than ever, whatever it is that you either have been considering, thinking about, or wanting to do, they are really doubly on board with this. Hopefully you know what they're talking about. If you don't, I'm being told you will very soon, but hopefully you know what they're talking about. A lot of times they don't give me details because that's private. That's your information. They're just giving the message and the encouragement to know what to do with the specific information that you often already know about. Awesome, glad to hear that. Yeah, and I'm hearing there's something on the horizon too. There's something new on the horizon that's going to be coming your way, an opportunity to do something new. They're already supporting you in whatever you're already thinking of or working on, but there's something on the horizon in the near future that you're going to have an opportunity to do something really great, and they want you to have the confidence to step out and do it. Okay, Crisilda, unless you have any other questions about that, that's pretty much it. You're welcome. I hope that helps. I'll give her just a second to see if there's anything else. Okay, so after Crisilda, is that Stacy's next then? Yes, Stacy's next. Okay. Anything else, Crisilda, before we move on? General, but feeling something is trying to get your attention. No clue who and why. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Crisilda, I then thank her higher self. I thank her spirit guides. Thank you, guys. Go with love. And then I call in Stacy's. Connect to Stacy's higher self. Disconnect from everybody. Send back their energy. Connect with Stacy. Call in her guides. I ask Stacy's guides to connect. Help us with this reading. She wants a general reading. Wants to know if there's someone trying to get her attention. And if so, why? I forgot to give the option with Crisilda. I'm sorry, Crisilda. I'm trying to get used to offering the voice. Stacy, did you just want to continue to text, or did you want me to send you an invite to join as a live guest? Okay, which cards for her? Text is good. Okay, perfect. What about... Yep, I'm being guided to these. Stacy, we've got this deck. This deck isn't tarot, it's oracle cards, but it is the Native Spirit deck where they use illustrations and Native American culture as examples to get the messages across. So their stories, basically, they use their stories as symbology and metaphors to answer your questions. So let's see what they have to say for you. Hey, Hot Tosh. No, Latasha Howard. Okay, so connected to Stacy. Stacy's guides tell me what she needs to know, and is somebody trying to get a hold of her or not? That already makes some sense. Good. That's good. What does Stacy need to know, guys? Help this out. Whoops. Is this it? This one for her? Yes. All right. More. Does she get another one? Wow. I think there might be more than one more. They might want 3. That one's definitely it. Let's start with 2 and see if they want me to add on. Okay, your first one is the talking stick. If you can see, this is a nice cliff overlooking the canyon, and you got this beautiful Native American talking stick here. So let's see what the message is behind that. $105. Okay, card meaning. Speak your truth. The soul loves the truth. Communicate from your heart and share your reality without hesitation. Be willing to stand before the crowd and share from your center. This isn't the time to be shy and hesitant. It's a time to heal through communication. You have the gift of a true leader through the way you communicate with others. Your spirit wants you to know during tribal council meetings, a stick called a talking stick would be passed around. As each council member held the stick, he or she had the opportunity to speak from the heart. Each person in attendance would be asked to weigh carefully the words of each speaker. The talking stick reminded each person to be authentic. Communication restores trust and allows you to clarify your ideas, position, and feelings. It can be healing when you share what has been withheld. Now is the time to take a risk and have the courage to speak with clarity. Be forthright. Share any unspoken darkness that lays heavy in your heart. There are times to hold back and be discerning, but this isn't one of those times. Even if you're afraid, declare your truth for all to hear without fear of being rejected or misunderstood. When you do this, transformation and healing can occur. They offer an opportunity to help heal anything that is holding you back from speaking your truth. And they recommend that in the Native culture, they would decorate a stick for feathers to use as your personal talking stick. Whenever you hold it, let it be a sacred reminder to seek the truth within. This can be something you keep at your desk or your bedside, and anytime you see it, it reminds you to speak your truth. Take a minute every day to take stock of where you are and to ask yourself, what is so in your life? Simply taking a moment to discover your inner truth can have a profound healing effect in your life. And I'm hearing that they just want to really encourage you to do this, because I get the feeling that they're kind of saying it like as if you hold back, and when you hold back, sometimes you even forget to clarify what your truth fully is, because you start to discount your own truth, where for whatever reason you don't speak up. When you stop and hold yourself back from speaking your truth, you actually are discounting the energy of your truth. So because you start to do that, sometimes you even don't take the time to analyze what the full truth really means to you on a certain situation. So I may or may not be explaining that well enough. So I want to just like give you an example. If you have a conversation with somebody and they speak up and say something that you don't agree with, and this is going to affect you if you don't speak up and tell them your truth, but you don't want to rock the boat. So instead of thoroughly thinking through why you should or should not speak up, what it is going to do if you don't, what the consequences are going to be, you just hush it down and kind of bury it because you don't want confrontation or to hurt the other person's feelings. And in turn, instead of stopping to think thoroughly through about the consequences, you don't even necessarily stop to think of what those consequences are till it's too late, till it's later. You literally bought a stick yesterday to decorate with. I hardly ever speak my mind until I emotionally blow up and then it goes bad. Yes. And because of that, your truth gets buried, not just by not speaking it and not just buried from the other person seeing it, but also from yourself. This is how you start to lose who you are and what you stand for, what you believe. But you also give your power away each time you do that. And then it's hard to take that power back after you've already given it away. And then it's also hard to set personal boundaries that people are going to respect if you're doing that. If you're giving it away and people don't see your boundaries, or they walk right through them, all over them, it's going to be even more harder then to set boundaries. Once you realize what you did and then you realize you need to set boundaries, now you've created a problem where people are going to make a bigger deal out of it than they would have if you had just spoke up in the first place. Does that make sense? So save yourself time and money and energy, and by money I mean whatever the outcome could be. It could wind up costing you something, even financially, energetically, but mostly spiritually and mentally. So make sure you speak up first before it winds up costing you more in the long run, because then trying to take that power back is going to be far harder than if you just spoke up in the first place. Yes, and the explosion is far worse, and it goes bad. It can go bad in a lot of ways. Yeah. Okay, they're telling me next card. But that's really amazing that you just bought the stick yesterday. See, Spirit knows. Grandmother Earth. Look how beautiful that is. And you guys, just so you know, and I think we're okay because of the list, but I'm only going to be able to do one more reading after this, and then I'm going to have to take off. So, Ingrid or whoever's next, if you're still here, I can do you, and then I'll need to go for the night. Grandmother Earth. Let's see. $56. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, stand by. We'll get to you in just a minute. So the card meaning for Grandmother Earth is stop and take measure of your life. Assess who you are and where you are. Get grounded. Make plans for the future, but don't act on those plans until you are ready and feel secure in stepping forward. There is a profound source of strength and power within you, and it's expanding right now. Put your roots down. This is the time of preparation and going deeper. Your native spirit wants you to know Grandmother Earth provides the trees, plants, flowers, rivers, streams, oceans, mountains, valleys, and supports us all with her bounty. She's stable and strong in her devotion to us. You are supported and loved even if you're not always sure of it. Strength is growing within you. Don't rush. Strength is growing within you, but you need to slow down and let the seeds that you plant now bring abundance in the future, but only if you take the time to nurture those new beginnings. Take time to plan your future carefully. Don't rush to plan your future, don't rush into anything. Security and protection surround you. You are safe. If you're thinking of making secure financial investments and receive this card, it's telling you that it is a good time to do so. It's not a time to take huge risks, though. To deepen your connection to Grandmother Earth and bring security in all forms into your life, walk barefoot on the earth, place your hands on the earth, or make investments into the earth. Imagine the strengthening, grounding energy of the earth filling you and your life. Whatever it is, Stacy, that you are thinking about doing for your future, they're saying definitely do it, but do it slow and methodical. Make sure you have a good, well thought out plan and trust and know that you do have the support of the universe. But they want you to grow the seed. And if you have plans already, they say it's good to act on them. It's good to act on them now. Just take it careful and slow to make sure you do it right. If you don't have plans now, they want you to start making plans for your future. But again, take it slow and methodical, because they're saying right now is a good time to be planning for your future. With everything you've got going on, you are creating energy that's going to support this future. But it's your future, so they don't want you rushing into anything too quickly, because you definitely want to make sure that you have no regrets or question, did you do the right thing the first time something goes wrong? And we tend to be able to do that when we do things too quickly and then something doesn't go our way. We tend to think, was this a mistake? And they want you to enjoy your future so much that you don't ever have to question that you took all the time and energy needed to invest in your decision, so you will be 100% sure that it was the right choice. Now, they're not telling me anything specific about what that decision may be, but they're saying now is the time to invest in yourself and your future. And they're hoping that the confidence that you build by learning to speak up for yourself and speak your truth will help carry over and play into you being able to execute the future plans that you dream of, your real goals for your future. Does that resonate with you? I'm not sure if you were planning anything, already had some plans or not, but they're saying if not, now's the time. But whatever it is, the future should be on your mind right now, is basically what they're saying. They want you to be planning for that future. Hi guys, if you're just joining, I'm reading for Stacy right now, and I'm going to be doing Ingrid next. I'm glad you're here and welcome you to join us and stay and listen. Okay, Stacy, that's fantastic. See, that's good confirmation. That's Spirit's way of confirming that, yes, you need to be looking into your future. I feel, okay, no ideas, you're a blank canvas. That's actually good because that leaves a lot more options, right? Instead of being stuck on one thing that may or may not be what's best. Yeah, I'm getting that they just really want you don't need to have exact ideas. They just want you to start exploring options because they just want you to know that whatever it is you choose to do, you will be supported, but they want you to start growing those seeds now. And it's going to, if you don't have any ideas, then it's going to take time to come up with those ideas. And they're saying they're here to support that. And that anything that comes up that you question or wonder, is it a good idea? Don't hesitate to ask them. Don't hesitate to pray about it, and then listen and pay attention to messages around you. Because they want to see you have a nice, secure future, having faith in today and that you'll be taken care of. But they want you to have the future of your dreams. They want you to have the future of abundance and joy. And they don't want you to just settle for any future because you just kept going with the day every day, and 10 years from now, 20 years from now, you're still in the same place. And if you wind up in the same place by choice, that's fine. But they want you to be thinking about it and planning so that you can ensure the future you want. I almost feel like they're saying that you don't realize the possibilities you have available to you. And they want you to know that it's okay to dream, and it's okay to dream big. It doesn't have to be extravagant and overly big, but it needs to be some kind of a dream that you're working towards, because they want you to see that you can manifest this. And you will manifest it if you start putting your focus and energy into it. Excuse me. Does that make sense? Okay. Past experiences have held you prisoner. Yeah, and I sensed that a little bit. I just didn't want to say so because I knew if it did, that you would know that. So thank you for confirming that. And I think that's really why they're speaking up here, is they know that. They know that your past has held you back from being able to make big choices. Maybe brought on a lot of emotions that hold you in fear, or whatever the negative emotion is. And they want you to know it's safe to go ahead and dream again. You can and will create and manifest the life for you that you want, and you deserve it. Okay, Stacy? Anything else I can clarify for you around that? I hope that helps. Hopefully the talking stick and that card about your future together help you get to a place where you can move safely and securely, feeling confident. Because if you use the journey, if you use the earth and you ground yourself and you get out in nature, I think you'll start seeing more messages and start experiencing more guidance that will help kind of push you out of that. Good for you, Stacy. Congratulations. Oh, that's wonderful news. Good for you. See? Okay. Yeah, it kind of held you prisoner for a while. And that's fabulous. You guys, let's lift Stacy up. She really deserves some congratulations there. That is huge. Stacy, I'm a wife to a recovering addict, and he has been about a little over 14 months clean and sober, and I've watched that journey. I know how hard it is. I know how hard you have to fight, so I am so proud of you. Congratulations. So this is what that's all about. It's spirit encouraging you and telling you your hard work has paid off. You're doing fabulously. Thank you, Kit. Thank you. He's doing really, really well, I'm happy to say. And Stacy, that's what Spirit's trying to tell you. They are so proud of you and where you're at now, and they're telling you it's safe to dream again. It's safe to move. It's safe to put your foot forward and trust and know you got this. You can do this. And you can have the life you want. It's a second chance. It's a chance to have the life that you maybe never even had before you got sick, right? Now, what do you want? Now that you conquered this big thing, this big deal, what do you want? And they're saying the Spirit is there to support you now in all of that. You're welcome. Good. You deserve it. I'm very glad. Okay, thank you, Stacy. All right, I'm going to disconnect from Stacy's energy, send it back to her. Thank you, her spirit guides, her angels. Thank you for your assistance. Please continue to wrap your arms and your wings around her. Go with love and gratitude. Thank you. Okay, then Ingrid, we get back to her. Should she buy the new condo, move, and sell her current home? Okay. I call in Ingrid's spirit guides and I ask that they assist with this reading and give us good, clear, accurate information that's for her highest good. Okay. Should she buy the new condo and sell her home? Yes. All right. We shall find out. Ingrid, if you're just joining, guys, I'm about to do a reading for Ingrid. She would like to know if she should sell her home and move. We're going to find out what her angels and spirit guides have to say about that. Okay, what should Ingrid do? You guys are fabulous. We're at almost 33K. Can you guys keep hitting that like while we do this? I would really... Whoops, that might have been the card. Let me see. Yes, it is. Does she need another one? Yes, I would love to see us get up there more. See how high. Let's see how high we can get during Ingrid's reading and how high we can go. Not going to set a specific goal. Let's just go and get as many as we can. You guys, if you haven't checked out the subscriptions yet, please do. I just turned them on a couple days ago. And there's some great opportunities to be a part of this community in there. And there's 3 different tiers that offer all kinds of different things. And I would love to have you be a part of this family in that way. And if not, then please help support us with all the likes and the shares. And make sure you follow to come back again, because we have some really great things we're going to share here in the next few lives. And I already have it all planned out. I just got derailed today because this big channeling came through that Spirit said to share tonight. So I did. But I have some really cool things we're going to do. And I would love to have you be here. So if you hit that notification bell, whoops, there they go. Okay, which one? Which one's for her? This one? Yes. This one? No. This one, yes or no? Yes. Okay, got you 2 great cards here. And now this is the deck that takes a second to figure out this card contents. Trying to find it. Ooh, that wasn't as hard as it usually is. Okay, this one is fulfillment of wishes. And as you can see, this man looks like he's holding scrolls. He has a treasure chest in front of him. Looks pretty positive. Okay, Ingrid, this card, being one, if not the most positive of the minor arcana cards, represents emotional satisfaction, contentment, and enjoyment. Your wishes are coming true. Are you ready? Happiness, success, good health, completion, and accomplishment of your dreams and goals are in the palm of your hand. This card acts as a reminder to hold on to the beneficial feelings from accepting and receiving what you've asked or strived for. Know that these will assist you in the future when you may need inspiration and positive energy. This is the right time to heal those past memories that have been holding you hostage. Forgive others and yourself so that your wishes, desires, and goals have a clear, unobstructed path to your heart, soul, and life. Now that is a very positive card. Very positive, which leads me to thinking and feeling like the answer is yes. But they're telling me to hold up. That's what you needed to hear. Good. But they're telling me to hold up because they want to bring another part of this answer in, and we'll wrap it together for the answer. But it's a very positive card. That one was. This one is the temptation card. Do you turn towards or away from the temptation? And that's what this guy on here is doing. So we want to just make sure of any advice that you need around this potential move is heard before you make that move. So I'm glad you came here because I think this will be helpful. Just got to find the page for that one. 55. Okay. Okay, through this card, addictions, self-limiting behaviors, and other things are being addressed that could potentially hold you back. This is a time when you or someone else in your life may be placing too much emphasis on the material, physical world and its pleasures. Okay, I know where this is going, so it's a good thing. Even though we're all born connected to divine source, we have a tendency to pull away from what was once natural. When we become disconnected from spirit, the source that once nourished us is often replaced with a different supply or substitute. In other words, the connection is then forged with food, alcohol, nicotine, codependency to someone, work, or a home, hence the term workaholic. Many of us spend our lives trying to fill the void that was created when the link to the divine was broken. The temptation card is calling you to take a hard look at life and ask yourself, where in my life could I be suffering from a behavior that could be addictive or I focus too much on? Is there negative thinking or behavior that's causing the life force to seep out of my soul? Are the people and relationships in my life giving me energy, or are they draining it? Learn to embrace your fears and all of your doubts so that every situation in your life becomes a learning experience. Gaining the knowledge that the physical world teaches will help you transcend to a higher spiritual awareness. So what they're telling me, Ingrid, is they definitely want to see you make a move. The choice is yours, whether it be a home, a job, or what. You just stopped drinking alcohol 9 days ago and recently broke up with your 3-year boyfriend. Ingrid, amen. Oh my gosh, Ingrid, that's huge. Wow, we are really blessed to have you guys in here tonight. Thank you for sharing. Stacy too, thank you so much for being open and sharing your struggles with us. Ingrid, congratulations, you guys. What phenomenal women we have in here. Good for you. Okay, here's what Spirit's saying. They want you to make a move, whether it be the home, whether it be work, they don't care, but they want you to make a positive move that's going to help foster a new future and a new foundation. Okay? You're already doing a great job. You're already recognizing and getting rid of the things in your life that are unhealthy. And the reason that second card was drawn, though, was to remind you to be careful of those temptations, which you clearly understand what some of your temptations are, so I don't need to go there. But they also want you to not get too caught up in expecting this new home, new condo, whatever it is, to fill the void. They're saying that can be a very positive move for you. To move to a new place could give you a fresh start, a new beginning, and something new to focus on, and to a new place to start creating the life for yourself that you've needed and deserve, right? We absolutely need to make a positive move, and you already made 2 of them that you just shared with us. What we also need to do is decide which place of the 2 do you think you can stay healthy in. Will one of those 2 homes get you either healthier or not? Sorry, I was just reading what she popped up on there, TikTok put up there. So will staying where you're at continue to face you with more temptations? Or do you feel positive that you can live healthfully and grow and get better and stay better where you're at? Or do you feel like you need to move to a new place to ensure that you're not faced with temptations like before, or surrounded with people that could potentially put you in danger? That, I think, is your big question. And then once you make that decision as to which place is healthier for you, then you need to decide not to put expectations on that home to keep you safe and keep you healthy, but use that just as a new place to stay, but focus inward and go inward and start doing the emotional and internal work that needs to be done to ensure that you don't relapse, to ensure that you stay healthy. Because something, basically what the card message was saying is something led to that temptation. Something led to needing to fill a void. And we need to get to the bottom of what was causing that void in the first place and find something healthy to replace it with or fill it in with. And that starts with getting to know yourself better, starting to do internal work, whether it be just spending alone time with yourself and exploring who you are and who you want to be from now on. It also comes with looking at any trauma or emotions that are left unhealed from your past that need to be healed, because that can keep you stuck in a vicious circle of self-medicating or self-harm, with whether it be thoughts or actual physical actions. So they want to encourage you to make the move, whatever it is. And to me, it sounds like and it feels like this would be a good move for you. But they want you to be careful to not expect that move to be the answer to your problems. That we got to go back. You did the initial hardest work, right? You made the choice, and it's been 9 days, and You ended a relationship that may have been part of the problem. But what now can we do to ensure it's not going to happen again, to give you the best chance possible at now going to this new home and thriving and being healthy and being the person you deserve to be? So let's make sure, regardless to whether you move or not, that you're also doing the inner work and healing what needs to be healed and finding something positive to fill any remaining void with. Does that make sense, Ingrid? And do that work of really looking at what can I do that really makes me happy? What can I do that will keep me happy, that's healthy? You need to move. Lots of past trauma. Should I take telehealth job with company in PA, Connecticut, or New Jersey? Let's see. Is this job a good fit? I want to check this one message because this one card was sitting here staring at me already. And I want to see if it relates to this question, because I think it might. 105. Okay, this card was sitting right on the top staring at me, and I was thinking that it might be for you. Choose wisely. And it's showing different directions you can go. This card comes forth when you have a vision or a goal that you want to achieve, but too many choices, scattered energies, or unrealistic expectations prevent you from attaining what you desire. Opportunities are bountiful, but there's a decision to be made at this time. This card reminds you that the options now around you may appear to have all the influence and power, but in reality, you're in control and responsible for all of the choices you make. Take time to think, analyze, and carefully look at the different possibilities that are in front of you. Don't be hasty just because you feel pressured. This can apply to the house and the job. But don't be hasty because you feel pressured, and don't be influenced by people who have no idea, expertise, or education in the area of your choice. A focused, wise decision far outweighs one made emotionally or in desperation. Now, with that said, I'm really feeling that the move is a positive thing, and it sounds like you need to do that. But it sounds like Spirit to me is saying that this job could be a good opportunity, but you need to weigh the pros and cons. This is not a decision that you should make quickly without giving it serious thought. So they're really telling me, like, you need to make a list of pros and cons and then weigh them, pray over it, meditate over it, whatever you do. Then take some good deep cleansing breaths and just listen and sit in peace, and whatever your gut feels like, go with it. Okay? But only after weighing the options. Take in the deep breath, listen to your gut, and whatever your gut tells you, it's your intuition talking to you, go for it, because they're telling me you can't make, it's not, there's no right or wrong answer with this. It's just a matter of what can you learn from it. You may take the job and not really enjoy it, but you'll learn something valuable out of it, and it won't be a waste of time. So even if you take the job and it's not what you wanted and doesn't work out, you're going to get something valuable out of it. And if nothing else, a paycheck, right? But I have a feeling that, I mean, if you did take it, it could be exactly what you want. Yes, I always learn from all experiences. Very good. Then you can't go wrong. But I think that's why you need to write down the list of pros and cons, think about it, meditate on it, and then trust your gut. Because like you said, you'll learn either way. You'll learn something valuable either way. At the very least, you make a few bucks and learn something. At the most, you love it, and it leads to something great. So I would definitely do that. Okay? Anything else before we go? You guys, thank you so much. We got 33.8 on my end. I don't know if that's accurate or not. Can we get that to 34 before we go? You guys mind? I'm going to tap it out too. If you guys don't mind, go ahead and tap it, and let's get it to 34, and I will be totally set for the night and excited. Little slow for a Sunday night, but that's okay. We have handled some really heavy topics, and we did some really great readings. And for all of you that have been here, thank you so much. We did it. We hit it. We did hit it, and I think that we did some helpful readings. But most importantly, we loved and supported and lifted each other up. If you guys are interested in what I did today or anything supernatural, I'm going to be doing all kinds of fun things coming up very soon. So I would really appreciate it. You know what, Kit? It might be because Cactus Blossom had a much higher one on hers too, and mine doesn't seem to update when I'm live very often. It seems to take a long time, and by the time it updates, it's accumulated. So if that's the case, that's even better. But thank you guys for joining. Please make sure you follow if you haven't already. I'd love to see you come back into my future lives. I'm not sure if I'll be able to go live tomorrow or not, but if not, I will on Tuesday. So that's why it's important to follow and make sure that notification bell is on. I am so grateful that you're here. I can't wait to see where we go next. And you guys have a wonderful, wonderful evening and a wonderful coming week, okay? Night, Kit. Night, Ingrid, excuse me. Amen to you, and we love you guys. Have a wonderful night. Thank you, my beautiful moderators. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.